Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. And leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. Back in the summer of 2019, my girlfriend Rachel and I decided to take a camping trip through rural Pennsylvania. We were both 26, working dead-end jobs in Philadelphia, and desperately needed to disconnect from the city noise. Rachel had found this spot online, an old limestone quarry about 3 hours north of Philly, supposedly abandoned since the 1970s. The reviews said it was perfect for primitive camping, completely isolated, with these incredible turquoise pools at the bottom where rainwater had collected over the decades. We packed our beat-up Honda Civic with our tent, sleeping bags, and enough food for 3 days. Neither of us had any idea what we were really driving toward. The drive up took us through these winding mountain roads that got narrower and more desolate with each mile. By the time we reached the dirt access road leading to the quarry, it was already late afternoon. The GPS signal had died about 20 minutes earlier, but we'd written down the directions from the camping forum. The road was barely wide enough for one car, with thick pine trees pressing in from both sides. Every bump made our camping gear rattle in the trunk. Rachel kept making jokes about horror movie setups, but I could tell she was getting a little nervous too. When we finally saw the rusted chain link fence with the faded "No Trespassing" sign, we knew we'd found the right place. Someone had cut a car-sized hole in the fence years ago, and tire tracks showed we weren't the first ones to take advantage of it. The quarry itself was breathtaking in that eerie, post-industrial way. These massive limestone walls dropped down about 100 feet to form a rough rectangle, maybe the size of 2 football fields. The late afternoon sun hit the white stone and made everything glow orange and pink. At the bottom, just like the reviews promised, were these pools of the most unnatural blue-green water I'd ever seen. We found a flat spot to set up camp on the eastern rim, about 30 feet back from the edge. While I struggled with the tent poles, Rachel walked around taking pictures with her phone, even though we had no signal to post them anywhere. She kept saying how quiet it was. No birds, no insects, just the occasional echo of a rock tumbling down the quarry walls. That should have been our first warning, but we were too excited about having the whole place to ourselves. By the time we had everything set up and had eaten our campfire dinner of hot dogs and beans, darkness had completely fallen. Without any light pollution, the stars were incredible. We sat on a blanket near the edge, passing a bottle of whiskey back and forth, feeling like we'd discovered some secret corner of the world. Rachel had brought her portable speaker, but when she tried to play music, it sounded wrong somehow, too loud and harsh against all that silence. We turned it off after one song. That's when we first heard them, voices very faint, drifting up from somewhere down in the quarry. At first, we thought maybe other campers had shown up, but these voices had a strange quality to them. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, bouncing off the limestone walls in ways that made it impossible to tell where they originated. We couldn't make out any words, just the rhythm of conversation, like listening to people talk in another room through thick walls. Rachel grabbed my arm and whispered that maybe we should go check if someone needed help. But something about those voices made my stomach twist into knots. They didn't sound like people having a normal conversation. There was this underlying urgency to them, almost like arguing or pleading. We sat there for maybe 10 minutes, just listening, trying to convince ourselves it was probably just sound carrying weird in the quarry. The voices would fade in and out, sometimes sounding closer, sometimes so distant we could barely hear them. Then they stopped. Just cut off mid-sound, like someone had flipped a switch. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the voices had been. Rachel and I looked at each other, and I could see my own unease reflected in her eyes. We decided to call it a night and crawled into our tent, zipping it up tight like that thin layer of nylon could protect us from whatever was out there. Sleep came in fitful bursts. Every time I'd start to drift off, some small sound would jolt me awake. A twig snapping, wind rustling the tent, my own heartbeat loud in my ears. Rachel was restless too, tossing and turning in her sleeping bag. Around what must have been 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up needing to pee. I lay there for a while, trying to ignore it, but eventually gave up. I unzipped the tent as quietly as possible and stepped out into the cold night air. The moon was almost full, casting everything in this silvery light that made the quarry walls look like bones. I walked a few yards away from the tent to relieve myself, and that's when I heard it. A scream that seemed to come from the very bottom of the quarry. Not a playful scream or a startled yelp, but a raw, desperate sound that made every hair on my body stand up. It lasted maybe 3 seconds, then cut off abruptly, leaving only echoes bouncing between the walls. I practically dove back into the tent, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. Rachel was sitting up in her sleeping bag, eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I nodded, not trusting my voice. We huddled together, listening for any other sounds, but there was nothing. Just that oppressive silence pressing in from all sides. Neither of us suggested going to investigate. We both knew that whatever had made that sound, we wanted no part of it. We spent the rest of the night awake, jumping at every little noise, counting the minutes until sunrise. When the first pale light finally started creeping across the sky, we both pretended we'd managed to get some sleep, but the dark circles under our eyes told the real story. We agreed without saying it out loud. We were packing up and leaving as soon as possible. Morning revealed the quarry in harsh detail. In daylight, it looked less mysterious and more like what it was. An ugly scar carved into the earth and left to rot. We worked quickly to break down camp, neither of us talking much. Rachel kept glancing down into the quarry like she expected to see something floating in those unnatural blue pools. I focused on shoving our gear into the car as fast as possible. We were almost ready to leave when Rachel called out to me. She was standing by a big oak tree near where we'd parked, staring at something attached to the trunk. When I got closer, I saw it was a missing person flyer, the kind you see stapled to telephone poles in cities. But this one was different. The paper was yellowed and weathered, but protected by a clear plastic sleeve that had been carefully tacked to the tree. The photo showed a smiling teenage girl with braces and long brown hair. Ashley Brennan, age 17, missing since June 15, 2003, it read. Below were the usual details. Last seen wearing jeans and a red t-shirt. If you have any information, please call. But someone had written something across the bottom in black marker. She heard them too. We stood there staring at that flyer, neither of us wanting to touch it. The morning sun was already getting warm, but I felt cold all over. Rachel took a photo of it with her phone, her hands trembling slightly. Then we noticed something else. About 10 feet away on another tree was another plastic sleeve. This one held a different flyer. A boy this time, maybe 19 or 20, with a buzz cut and a cocky grin. Tyler Morrison, missing since August 2008. The same handwritten message at the bottom. We found 3 more as we walked back to the car, each one carefully preserved, each one with those same 4 words. The dates ranged from 1998 to 2017. 5 missing people, all young, all last seen somewhere near this quarry. We threw the last of our stuff in the car and got the hell out of there, driving too fast down that narrow dirt road, branches scraping against the windows. About 5 miles down the mountain, we saw a ranger station and decided to stop. We needed to tell someone about the flyers, maybe file a report about the scream. The ranger on duty was an older guy named Bill, probably in his 60s, with the kind of deep tan that comes from spending your whole life outdoors. When we mentioned camping at the old Brackenridge quarry, his friendly expression shifted. He leaned back in his chair and studied us for a long moment. "You kids are lucky," he said finally. "That place has a bad history. Used to be a popular spot for local teenagers to dare each other to climb down into the quarry at night. Proof of courage, that kind of stupid thing kids do. But people started going missing. Not all at once, mind you. Every few years someone would go up there and not come back. He told us the state had tried to seal it off multiple times, but people always found a way in." Bill pulled out a manila folder from his desk and showed us newspaper clippings going back decades. Stories about search parties, Diving teams checking the pools, investigators bringing in dogs. They never found any bodies. The only pattern was that the disappearances always happened at night, and sometimes other campers reported hearing voices or screams, just like we had. The locals have all kinds of theories, Bill said. Some think it's old mine shafts connecting to the quarry that people fall into. Others say it's methane pockets or some kind of acoustic phenomenon that disorients people, makes them fall. But between you and me, he leaned in closer. I think something lives down there. Something that's been there since long before they carved out that quarry. Something that calls out when it's hungry. He said it matter-of-factly, like he was talking about bears or mountain lions, just another natural hazard to be aware of. We thanked Bill and drove the rest of the way home in mostly silence. Rachel and I broke up about 2 months later. Not because of the quarry exactly, but it changed something between us. We'd seen each other terrified, helpless, and somehow that made everything else feel smaller. I still have nightmares sometimes about those voices echoing off the limestone walls, about that single awful scream. I've done research since then, spent hours going through online forums and old newspaper archives. The quarry has a documented history going back to the 1920s, and there are stories of workers hearing voices even then. They had a name for it. The Calling Dark. Most people assume it's just an urban legend now, a cautionary tale to keep kids from doing dangerous things. But I know what I heard that night. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about those missing person flyers, carefully preserved and maintained by someone. I wonder who puts them up, who replaces them when they get too weathered. I wonder if it's a warning or a memorial. Most of all, I wonder about Ashley Brennan and Tyler Morrison and the others. If they're really gone, or if they're still down there somehow, their voices joining whatever chorus echoes through that abandoned quarry in the dark. I've never gone back, and I never will. But sometimes in my worst moments I feel this pull, like something calling me. I just hope I'm strong enough to never answer. Last summer changed everything for me. My name's Derek and I work as a graphic designer in Portland. Back in July 2023, my two best friends from college, Marcus and Ethan, and I decided to do something we'd been talking about since freshman year. A cross-country camping trip. We were all turning 30 that year and it felt like now or never. Marcus had just gotten laid off from his tech job, Ethan's divorce had finalized in May, and I was burnt out from working 60-hour weeks. We needed this trip. We mapped out a route from Oregon to Maine, planning to hit national parks and hidden campgrounds along the way. The plan was simple. Drive during the day, set up camp before dark, take a photo at each site to document our journey, and just disconnect from everything that was weighing us down. The first week was exactly what we needed. We started at Crater Lake, then wound our way through Idaho and into Yellowstone. Every evening we'd find our designated campsite, set up our 3-person tent, and Marcus would set up his camera on a tripod for our ritual photo. He had this fancy DSLR he'd bought specifically for the trip, said he wanted to capture everything in high resolution. We'd stand in front of the tent, arms around each other's shoulders, grinning like idiots while the timer counted down. After each shot, we'd gather around the camera to check how it turned out, making sure the lighting was good and nobody had their eyes closed. Those moments felt perfect. 3 guys in their 30s acting like kids again. No responsibilities except deciding which trail to hike the next morning. By the time we reached Colorado, we'd fallen into a comfortable rhythm. Wake up with the sun, pack up camp, drive for hours while listening to podcasts and old music from college, then find our next site. The campgrounds varied wildly. Some were crowded with RV families, others were so remote we didn't see another soul. Our photo collection was growing, and Marcus would upload them to his laptop each night to free up space on his camera. We joked about making a coffee table book when we got back, something to show our future kids. The weather had been perfect, nothing but clear skies and warm nights. Even Ethan, who'd been pretty quiet those first few days, was starting to open up again. cracking jokes and suggesting detours to weird roadside attractions. It wasn't until we were in Missouri, our 10th night on the road, that things started to feel different. We'd found this campground just outside the Mark Twain National Forest, a small place with maybe 15 sites total. Only 2 other spots were occupied, both by older couples in RVs parked far from our corner site. The woods pressed in close around us, thick with humidity and the sound of insects. As we set up the tent, I kept getting this crawling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was watching us. But every time I turned around, there was nothing but trees and shadows. Marcus was fiddling with his camera settings, complaining about the fading light, while Ethan gathered kindling for a fire. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was different about this place. We took our photo just as the sun dipped below the tree line, the golden hour light filtering through the leaves. Marcus had to bump up the ISO because of the dimming conditions, and we did 3 takes, because he kept saying the shadows were too harsh. In the last shot, right as the timer was winding down, a branch cracked somewhere behind the camera. We all heard it, a sharp, deliberate sound that made Ethan flinch mid-smile. Marcus grabbed his camera immediately to check the photo, zooming in to see if we'd all turned toward the noise. We looked fine in the image, just 3 tired guys in front of a blue tent, but he didn't review it closely. The mosquitoes were getting brutal, and we were eager to get the fire started and cook dinner. That night we went to bed earlier than usual. The forest felt too alive, too close, and none of us wanted to admit we were uncomfortable. Nebraska was our next photo stop, at a campground near the Niobrara River. The place was beautiful during the day, wide open spaces, the river glinting in the distance, and prairie grass swaying in the breeze. We'd spent the afternoon swimming and skipping rocks, feeling like kids at summer camp. When evening came, we set up our tent on a small rise overlooking the water. The nearest campers were at least 100 yards away, giving us plenty of privacy. As Marcus prepared his camera for our daily photo, I noticed him squinting at the LCD screen, wiping it with his shirt. He mentioned the lens seemed smudged, even though he'd cleaned it that morning. We took the shot anyway, standing closer together than usual because the wind kept threatening to knock over the tripod. The camera clicked, and we headed back to start dinner, Marcus saying he'd check the photos later when we had better light. Our 13th night brought us to a private campground in Iowa, one of those family-run places with hand-painted signs and an honor box for payment. The owner, an elderly woman named Ruth, had given us the furthest site, saying we'd appreciate the quiet. She was right. We couldn't see any other campers from our spot, just cornfields stretching endlessly in every direction. The silence was different from the forest in Missouri. This was an empty quiet, like the land was holding its breath. We set up camp as the sun began to set, the sky turning brilliant shades of orange and pink. Marcus was excited about the lighting, saying it would make for our best photo yet. He spent extra time adjusting the tripod height and angle, making us move slightly to the left to avoid a utility pole in the background. When we finally took the shot, a flock of blackbirds erupted from the nearby cornfield, their wings creating a rushing sound that made my heart skip. That night in Iowa, none of us slept well. The tent felt smaller somehow, like the walls were pressing in. Ethan kept tossing and turning, occasionally muttering in his sleep. Marcus got up twice to pee, each time taking longer to come back. I lay there listening to the corn rustling in the wind, except there wasn't any wind. Around 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps outside, slow, measured steps circling our tent. I held my breath, waiting for Ethan or Marcus to react, but they were both finally sleeping soundly. The footsteps stopped directly behind my head, just the thin tent fabric between us. I could hear breathing low and steady. My whole body went rigid, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the footsteps moved away, fading into the direction of the cornfield. I didn't sleep again until dawn started breaking, and I never mentioned it to the others. We made it to Wisconsin 2 days later, both of us carefully not talking about how we'd packed up the Iowa campsite in record time that morning. The new campground sat on the shores of a small lake, surrounded by pine trees that reminded me of home. Other families were scattered around, kids running between sites, and the normal noise was comforting after Iowa's oppressive silence. We chose a spot near the water's edge, far enough from others but not isolated. As we set up, Marcus pulled out his laptop to back up the photos from his camera, something he'd been putting off for a few days. I was getting the fire started when I heard him make this strangled sound, like someone had punched him in the stomach. Ethan and I rushed over to see what was wrong. Marcus had the Missouri campground photo pulled up on his screen, zoomed in behind our tent. There, barely visible between the trees, was a figure, just standing there, maybe 30 feet back, watching. Marcus's fingers flew across the trackpad, pulling up the Nebraska photo next. At first, we didn't see anything, just us, the tent, the prairie stretching behind. But then he zoomed in on the left side, past where the river curved. There was someone standing on the opposite bank, so far away they were just a dark smudge. But it was the same posture, the same build. The Iowa photo was the worst. The figure was closer, maybe 50 feet behind our tent, standing at the edge of the cornfield. Even pixelated from the zoom, you could make out more details. Tall, wearing dark clothes, hands hanging at his sides. Just standing there, watching. We went through every photo from the trip, our hands trembling as Marcus clicked through them. He appeared in 3 more, Wyoming, South Dakota, and one from just 2 nights ago in Minnesota. Always at different distances, different angles, but unmistakably the same person. In the Minnesota photo, he was close enough that we could see he was wearing what looked like work clothes, maybe coveralls. Ethan wanted to leave immediately, pack everything and drive through the night back home. Marcus was frantically going through his camera's memory card, checking if there were photos we'd deleted, anything that might show more. I stood there staring at the Wisconsin lake, wondering if he was out there right now, watching us discover his presence. We decided to stay. Running felt pointless when he'd already followed us across 8 states. But we moved our tent to a site closer to the camp host's RV, and we took turns staying awake that night. During my watch, around 2 in the morning, I saw someone walk past the bathroom facilities about 100 yards away. Tall, moving slowly, purposefully. They never looked our way, just walked to the edge of the light and stood there. I woke up Marcus, but by the time he grabbed his camera, the figure was gone. We spent the rest of the night sitting by the dying fire, jumping at every sound. The next morning, we made a decision that probably saved us. Instead of continuing east to Maine, we'd drive straight back to Portland, rotating drivers and only stopping for gas. As we packed up, Marcus took one last photo. Not of us, but of the empty campsite behind us. He wanted proof, he said, in case we needed it. We drove for 26 hours straight, fueled by gas station coffee, and the kind of fear that makes your jaw ache from clenching. When we finally reached Portland, we sat in my apartment and looked at that final photo. The campsite looked normal, peaceful even. But there, reflected in the side mirror of a nearby RV, was a face. Watching. We never developed the photos into that coffee table book. Marcus deleted them all except for that last one, which he keeps on an encrypted drive. We don't talk about the trip much, but sometimes when we get together, one of us will ask if the others have seen anyone familiar around town. So far, the answer has always been no. But I still check my mirrors more than I should, and I haven't been camping since. This happened back in October 2018, when my son Tyler was 12, and still thought camping with his old man was the coolest thing ever. I was working as a warehouse supervisor in Atlanta at the time, pulling crazy hours and barely seeing my family. My wife Sarah had been on my case about spending more quality time with Tyler before he hit those teenage years where parents become embarrassing. So when a 3-day weekend rolled around, I booked us a spot at this remote campground up in the North Georgia mountains, about 2 hours from the city. The place was called Whispering Pines, which should have been my first red flag. but I was just excited to disconnect from work emails and teach my kid how to build a proper campfire. We arrived on Friday afternoon, and the campground was practically deserted. The ranger at the check-in booth, an older guy named Earl with tobacco-stained teeth and a lazy eye, told us we'd have our pick of sites since most folks had already cleared out after summer. He recommended Site 47, way at the back of the loop where the trees grew thick and you could barely see your neighbors. Tyler was thrilled about the isolation. He'd been reading all these survival books and wanted to practice his wilderness skills without other campers around to judge his amateur attempts at knot tying. We set up our blue Coleman tent on a flat patch of pine needles, and I let Tyler organize our gear while I gathered firewood from the surrounding forest. The first night was perfect. We roasted hot dogs until they were charred black on the outside, made s'mores with the jumbo marshmallows Tyler insisted on buying, and I told him stories about my own camping trips as a kid. He fell asleep in his sleeping bag while I was explaining how to navigate by the stars, his face still sticky with chocolate. I stayed up a bit longer, enjoying the absolute silence of the woods. No traffic, no neighbors arguing through thin apartment walls, just the occasional hoot of an owl and the crackling of our dying fire. Around midnight, I crawled into the tent and passed out immediately. That deep sleep you only get when you're surrounded by fresh air and pine trees. Saturday was even better. We hiked down to a creek Earl had mentioned, where Tyler spent hours trying to catch minnows with his bare hands, while I dozed on a sun-warmed rock. We saw deer tracks in the mud, and what Tyler swore were bear prints, but looked more like a big dog to me. That evening, we made campfire pizza using a cast-iron pan I'd brought, and Tyler actually said it was better than delivery. By the time darkness fell, we were both exhausted in that good way where your muscles ache, but your mind feels clear. We turned in early, maybe around 9:30, planning to get up at dawn for one more hike before packing up on Sunday. The tapping started at exactly 2:07 a.m. I know because I checked my watch the moment it woke me up. It was this soft, deliberate sound against the tent fabric right near where Tyler's head was. Tap, 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 perfectly spaced, maybe 2 seconds between each one. At first I thought it was just rain starting up, but the rhythm was too regular, too intentional. Then I realized it sounded exactly like someone drumming their fingers on a desk when they're impatient. Tyler was still dead asleep, snoring softly with his mouth open. I lay there for maybe 30 seconds, holding my breath and listening. The tapping moved slowly along the side of the tent, maintaining that same measured beat, like whatever was out there was walking around us in a careful circle. My first thought was raccoons. Those little bastards are bold enough to mess with anything that might have food. But raccoons are chaotic, scrambling and chattering. This was methodical, controlled. I grabbed my flashlight and quietly unzipped the tent flap, trying not to wake Tyler. The tapping stopped immediately, like whatever was out there had heard the zipper and frozen. I stuck my head out first, shining the light in a wide arc around our campsite. Nothing. Not even eye shine from animals. The forest was completely still, which actually made it worse. Usually you hear crickets, frogs, something. But it was like every living thing was holding its breath. I stepped fully out of the tent, barefoot on the cold ground, and did a complete walk around our site, checking behind trees and even up in the branches. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness but revealed absolutely nothing unusual. After about 5 minutes of searching, I convinced myself it must have been a branch brushing against the tent, or maybe a curious deer that got spooked when I came out. I climbed back inside, zipped up tight, and tried to settle down. Tyler hadn't even stirred, but I couldn't shake this weird feeling in my gut, like when you know someone's watching you but you can't see them. I lay there with the flashlight beside me, straining to hear any sound outside. 20 minutes passed, 30. Just when I was starting to drift off again, the tapping returned. Same spot, same rhythm, but this time it was on my side of the tent. I grabbed the flashlight and burst out of the tent fast, determined to catch whatever it was. The beam swept across empty forest. No movement, no sounds of anything running away. Even the leaves weren't rustling. The tapping didn't come back after that, but I didn't sleep another minute. I spent the rest of the night sitting up in my sleeping bag, flashlight in hand, listening to every tiny sound outside. Around 5 a.m., just as the sky was starting to lighten, I heard footsteps in the leaves, heavy, deliberate steps that circled our tent once, and then headed off toward the main trail. By the time I worked up the nerve to look outside again, the sun was coming up and birds were starting their morning songs. Tyler woke up around 6:30, completely oblivious to the night's events, chattering about what we should have for breakfast. I didn't mention the tapping, didn't want to scare him or ruin the trip. We crawled out of the tent together to start packing up, and that's when we saw them. 5 pine cones arranged in a perfect circle, right where our tent door opened. Not scattered randomly like they'd fallen from the trees. These were placed deliberately, each one exactly the same distance from the next, forming a circle about 2 feet across. Tyler thought it was cool, immediately assuming I'd done it as some kind of wilderness art project while he was sleeping. But the pine cones were fresh, still sticky with sap, and they were from white pines. I knew because of their long, elegant shape. The thing is, our campsite was surrounded by loblolly pines, which have completely different cones. The nearest white pines were at least a quarter mile away, according to the trail map. Someone had collected these specific cones and arranged them here in the dark, while I was inside the tent clutching my flashlight like a security blanket. While Tyler was brushing his teeth at the water spigot, I walked over to the next occupied campsite, about 50 yards away through the trees. A middle-aged couple from Tennessee was having coffee at their picnic table. I asked casually if they'd heard anything strange during the night, trying not to sound like a paranoid city boy. The woman, Brenda, immediately perked up and said they'd heard footsteps around 2 a.m., heavy ones moving between the campsites. Her husband, Chuck, had even gotten up to check, thinking it might be a bear, but saw nothing. Then Brenda mentioned something that made my skin prickle. She said it sounded like whoever it was had stopped at several tents, pausing for a few minutes at each one before moving on. They'd assumed it was just the ranger doing rounds, but when they asked Earl about it that morning, he said he'd been home in bed all night, and besides, he never patrolled after 10 p.m. I hustled back to our site and helped Tyler pack up our gear faster than we'd ever broken camp before. He kept asking why we were rushing, and I made up something about wanting to beat traffic back to Atlanta. As we were loading the car, Earl appeared on his golf cart doing his morning rounds. He asked how our stay was, and I mentioned the pine cone circle, trying to laugh it off. His face changed completely. The friendly ranger smile disappeared, and he glanced around nervously before leaning in close. He told me that over the past 2 months, several campers had reported similar experiences. Soft tapping on tents, arranged objects found in the morning, footsteps with no source. Always at the remote sites, always on Saturday nights. The weird part? The campground's registration system showed no other bookings for those nights. According to their records, the people reporting the movements had been the only registered campers in that section. We left immediately after that conversation. Tyler dozed most of the way home while I white-knuckled the steering wheel, checking the rear-view mirror way too often. Back in Atlanta, I did some research on Whispering Pines and found 3 different online forums where people had shared similar stories going back years. Soft tapping on tents, objects arranged in patterns, the feeling of being observed. One post from 2015 really stuck with me. A woman said she'd set up a trail camera after experiencing the tapping, and the next morning the camera was turned around to face a tree. The memory card was missing. I never told Tyler the full story, just said the campground was too crowded, and we'd find somewhere better next time. We never went camping again. Sometimes he asks about it, and I make excuses about work or weather. The truth is, I can't shake the image of someone standing outside our tent in the pitch-black forest, reaching out with deliberate fingers to tap against the thin fabric that separated us from them. Tap, tap, tap. Patient and purposeful, like they had all the time in the world. My name's Derek, and at 35, I'd been fighting fires in Sacramento for almost a decade. Every year in late September, when the worst of the fire season died down, I'd take a week off to go solo hiking. It was my way of clearing my head after months of smoke, sirens, and adrenaline. That particular year, 2019, I'd chosen a remote section of the Marble Mountain Wilderness in Northern California. The plan was simple: hike in for 2 days to reach Sapphire Lake, a pristine alpine lake that most people didn't even know existed. You had to earn your way there through 15 miles of unmarked trails and steep switchbacks. The isolation was exactly what I needed. The hike in was perfect. Cool mornings gave way to warm afternoons, and the forest was alive with the sounds of early fall. Steller's jays called from the pines, and I spotted a black bear ambling through a meadow about 100 yards off the trail. By the second afternoon, I reached Sapphire Lake, and it was even more beautiful than the grainy photos I'd seen online. The water was so clear you could see trout swimming near the rocky bottom, and massive Douglas firs created a natural cathedral around the shoreline. I set up my tent on a flat spot about 50 feet from the water's edge, between two enormous trees that must have been centuries old. The nearest road was at least 20 miles away, and the last hiker I'd seen was yesterday morning. After getting camp established, I headed out to gather firewood. The Forest Service allowed small fires in established rings at the lake, and I wanted to enjoy a modest campfire while I cooked my freeze-dried dinner. I was maybe 200 yards from my tent, following a deer trail through the underbrush, when I saw something that made me stop dead. Through a gap in the trees, partially hidden by low-hanging branches and thick ferns, was the white metal side of what looked like a van. Not a camper van or an RV, but one of those commercial panel vans with no windows except in the front. The kind contractors use. My first thought was confusion. There was literally no way to drive any vehicle to this spot. The hiking trail was the only access, and it was barely wide enough for people walking single file in some places. I pushed through the ferns to get a better look, and sure enough, it was a full-sized white van, a Ford Transit, sitting there like it had been dropped from the sky. Pine needles covered the hood and roof, suggesting it had been there for at least a few days. The tires were caked with mud, and I noticed deep gouges in the bark of several nearby trees, as if the van had been forced between them. Walking around it, I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. There were no roads, no old logging tracks, nothing. The doors were locked, and peering through the driver's window, I couldn't see much in the dim forest light. The interior looked empty except for what might have been some equipment in the back. No keys in the ignition, no personal items visible. The whole thing gave me a deeply uneasy feeling. In all my years of hiking and fighting wildfires in remote areas, I'd never seen anything quite like this. I spent another 10 minutes examining the area around the van, looking for tire tracks or any sign of how it got there. The ground was disturbed in places, branches broken, smaller trees bent at odd angles. It was like someone had bulldozed a path through the forest, but even that didn't fully explain it. The terrain between here and the nearest logging road was impossibly steep, full of ravines and rock outcroppings. As a firefighter, I'd been in plenty of remote locations where we'd had to bring in equipment, and I knew the limitations of vehicles in this kind of terrain. This wasn't just difficult, it was impossible. Yet here, the van sat, real as the trees around it. I took some photos with my phone, though I had no signal out here. Something about the whole situation made me want documentation. Call it professional instinct, but when things don't add up, you want evidence. I headed back to camp with an armload of firewood, but my mind kept returning to that van. Who would go to such extreme lengths to get a vehicle that far into the wilderness, and why? As I started my small fire and boiled water for dinner, I found myself constantly scanning the tree line. The forest felt different now, less peaceful. Every snapping twig made me look up. I'd brought my service pistol. I always did on solo trips, mainly for wildlife protection, and I moved it from my pack to my tent, within easy reach. The rational part of my brain said I was overreacting, probably some weird situation with a stolen vehicle, someone trying to hide it where no one would look. But another part of me, the part that had learned to trust gut feelings in dangerous situations, was on high alert. Night fell faster than usual under the thick canopy. I'd finished my dinner of rehydrated beef stew and was cleaning up when I noticed something through the trees in the direction of the van. A faint glow, barely visible, like someone had turned on a dome light inside a car. I killed my headlamp immediately and sat in the darkness, watching. The light flickered, went out, then came back on. My ears strained for any sound but the normal forest noises, owl calls, rustling leaves, the occasional splash from the lake, masked anything else. After about 5 minutes, the light went out and stayed out. I waited another 20 minutes, muscles tense, before deciding to investigate. Moving as quietly as possible, I crept through the forest toward where I knew the van was parked. About halfway there, I heard it, the distinct sound of a vehicle door closing. Not slamming, but being shut carefully, deliberately. Then another door. Someone was there. I dropped to a crouch behind a massive fir tree, my heart hammering against my ribs. Through the darkness, I could make out 2 shapes moving near the van. Men, both of them, though I couldn't see details. They had flashlights, powerful ones that cut through the forest like white swords. They weren't using them carelessly either. They were methodical, sweeping the beams in careful patterns through the trees, looking for something. Or someone. One of them said something to the other, too low for me to make out words, but the tone was businesslike, focused. These weren't lost hikers or confused tourists. They moved with purpose, and something about their body language, the way they held themselves, reminded me of military or law enforcement. Except, nothing about this situation suggested they were here officially. The men spent several minutes searching the immediate area around the van. Then one of them went back inside while the other continued sweeping his flashlight in expanding circles. The beam was getting closer to my position with each pass. I pressed myself flat against the tree trunk, barely breathing. My hand found the grip of my pistol, but I knew that was an absolute last resort. 2 against 1 in unfamiliar terrain at night. Those weren't odds I wanted to test. The searching man was maybe 30 feet away now, and I could hear his footsteps crunching through the pine needles. He was wearing boots, heavy ones. The flashlight beam swept past my tree so close I could see the texture of the bark illuminated in harsh detail. He paused, and I heard him key what sounded like a radio. "Nothing on the north side," he said, his voice carrying clearly in the still air. "You sure they came this way?" The response was static-filled and unintelligible, but he grunted in acknowledgement and started moving again, thankfully away from my position. I remained frozen for another 10 minutes after both men returned to the van. They seemed to be discussing something, occasionally flashing their lights at the ground as if looking at tracks. Then I heard equipment being moved inside the van, metallic sounds that made my skin crawl. Eventually, they closed up the vehicle and did something that confirmed my worst suspicions. They didn't leave. Instead, they set up what looked like a small camp near the van, just a couple of sleeping bags on the ground, but positioned so they could watch the approaches. One of them took first watch while the other crawled into his bag. These guys were waiting for something, or someone, and they were prepared to wait all night. Every instinct I had was screaming that I needed to get out of there. Whatever these men were doing, it wasn't legal, and it wasn't safe for anyone who stumbled across them. The question was how to get back to my camp, pack up, and leave without them noticing. Moving inch by inch, I retreated the way I'd come. It took me nearly an hour to cover the 200 yards back to my campsite, placing each foot carefully to avoid snapping twigs or rustling leaves. When I finally reached my tent, I didn't dare use any light. Working by feel alone, I stuffed my sleeping bag and essential gear into my pack, leaving the tent and anything that would make noise. My hands worked on muscle memory from years of emergency situations, steady despite the fear coursing through me. I strapped on my pack, holstered my pistol where I could reach it quickly, and started the long hike out in complete darkness. Using the barely visible trail and the sound of the creek that ran alongside it for navigation, I moved as fast as I dared. Behind me, the forest was silent, but that silence felt like a held breath, like something was about to happen. By the time the eastern sky started showing the faintest gray of pre-dawn, I was 8 miles down the trail and moving fast. My legs burned and my throat was raw from breathing hard, but I didn't stop. At first light, I finally allowed myself to check my phone, and miracle of miracles, I had 1 bar of signal. I immediately called 911 and got connected to the county sheriff's department. The dispatcher seemed skeptical at first. A van in an impossible location, armed men in the wilderness. But something in my voice must have convinced her. She took down the GPS coordinates I'd marked on my phone and said they'd send rangers to investigate. I continued hiking out, reaching my truck at the trailhead by noon. 2 sheriff's deputies were waiting for me, along with a Forest Service law enforcement ranger. I gave them a detailed statement, showed them the photos on my phone, and watched as they exchanged meaningful looks. 3 days later, I got a call from the lead investigator. They'd found the van exactly where I said it would be. It had been reported stolen from Eugene, Oregon 2 weeks earlier. Inside, they discovered zip ties, rolls of duct tape, 2 unregistered handguns, and what he described as equipment consistent with abduction and restraint. The men were gone, but they found DNA evidence and fingerprints. Turns out they were suspects in a series of missing hiker cases across Northern California and Southern Oregon. The investigator thanked me for reporting it and said I'd made the right choice getting out when I did. He couldn't give me all the details, but he implied that based on what they found, those men had been using the remote location as a base for hunting solo hikers. The van had been brought in piece by piece and reassembled on site, a level of planning that made me sick to think about. I haven't gone solo hiking since. When I do hit the trails now, it's always with a group, and I find myself constantly scanning the trees for things that don't belong. Some experiences change you, and knowing how close I came to being another missing hiker statistic is something I'll carry forever. I was 29 when I finally pulled the trigger on my dream, quit the corporate grind in Portland, and converted my 2008 Chevy Tahoe into a rolling home. October 2022 found me 2 weeks into a 6-month solo road trip, parked at the Salmon River trailhead about 3 hours east of the city. The gravel lot sat nestled between massive Douglas firs, their branches creating a natural canopy overhead. Perfect spot, really. Enough cell signal to check emails if needed, but remote enough that I hadn't seen another soul since pulling in around sunset. The isolation didn't bother me anymore. After 2 weeks of Walmart parking lots and truck stops, I developed a sixth sense for which places felt right, and which ones made the hair on my neck stand up. That evening had been one of those perfect Pacific Northwest moments. I'd heated up some ramen on my camp stove while the October sun painted the mountains in shades of rust and gold, the kind of light that made everything look like a painting. By 9, I was tucked into my sleeping setup in the back, rain starting its gentle rhythm on the roof. I'd been listening to some true crime podcast, yeah, I see the irony now, and the combination of the narrator's voice and the steady patter of rain had me drifting off by 10:30. The Tahoe was my fortress. Blackout curtains carefully velcroed around every window, a battery-powered fan for air circulation, bear spray and keys always within reach. I'd learned to park facing out for quick exits, crack the front windows just enough for ventilation, and never ever ignore that little voice in your head when it starts whispering warnings. The knocking started at 12:17 a.m. I remember because my phone screen lit up when the sound yanked me from sleep. 3 hard raps on the driver's side window, firm and deliberate, the kind of knock that expects an immediate response. Through the thick fabric of my blackout curtain, a flashlight beam swept across my windshield like a searchlight. For a second, I thought maybe state police checking on vehicles parked overnight, but something held me back from immediately pulling the curtain aside. The knocking came again, louder, more insistent, and then a man's voice muffled through the glass. "Forest Service, need to speak with you about your camping permit." The words sounded official enough, but there was something in the delivery, too practiced, like an actor who'd rehearsed his lines but hadn't quite nailed the character yet. I kept myself perfectly still, forcing my breathing to stay quiet and shallow. Through a tiny gap where the curtain met the window frame, I could just make out a figure in what appeared to be a tan uniform. The man stood about 6 feet tall, stocky build, positioned so his flashlight would hit me square in the face if I pulled back the curtain. The beam kept dancing around, probing for any opening in my window coverings, trying to get a look inside. "Ma'am, I know you're in there," he called out. And now there was an edge creeping into his voice, like frustration barely held in check. "There's been a report of illegal camping in this area. I'm going to need you to step out of the vehicle so we can resolve this quickly." That's when every alarm bell in my head started screaming. Rangers don't patrol remote trailheads at midnight. They don't come alone. They don't demand people exit their vehicles in the darkness. And they sure as hell have marked trucks with light bars, not just a flashlight and a uniform that looked a size too big even from my limited view. I reached for my phone, keeping my movements slow and quiet. The screen brightness nearly blinded me in the darkness, but I managed to dim it while the man outside continued his spiel about permits and regulations. "Ma'am, this doesn't need to be difficult. Just step out so I can verify your information and you can get back to sleep." His flashlight beam stopped moving, focused now on where he probably assumed my head would be. I typed 911 into my phone but didn't hit call yet. Wanted to be absolutely sure before I escalated things. "Can I see your identification first?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady and loud enough to carry through the glass. "I'd like to verify your badge number." The silence that followed felt like it stretched for minutes, though it was probably only seconds. The flashlight beam wavered, dropped slightly, then came back up. "Badge is in my vehicle," he responded, but now his voice had changed, less official, more irritated. "Look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. You're illegally camping on federal land. That's a hefty fine, could even mean towing your vehicle." He stepped closer to my SUV, and I could hear his boots crunching on the gravel. "But if you cooperate now, maybe we can work something out." That last line made my skin crawl. Work something out? At midnight? In an isolated trailhead? I gripped my phone tighter, thumb hovering over the call button. Through the gap in the curtain, I watched him reach for my door handle. Thank God I'd locked everything before bed. A habit my mom had drilled into me since I was 16. The handle rattled as he tested it, and something about that sound, metal against metal in the darkness, flipped a switch in my brain from scared to pissed off. "I'm calling 911 right now," I announced, making sure he could hear the determination in my voice. "If you're really Forest Service, you won't mind having dispatch verify that." I held my phone up to the window where he could see the glowing screen, even if he couldn't make out the numbers. "They can confirm whether there's actually a ranger patrolling this area tonight." The reaction was immediate. He stepped back from my vehicle so fast he nearly stumbled, the flashlight beam swinging wildly. That's not necessary," he said, and now his voice had lost all pretense of authority. I'll leave you a warning. Check in at the ranger station in the morning." But he wasn't moving toward any vehicle, wasn't reaching for any paperwork or warning tickets. He was just standing there, flashlight now pointed at the ground, seeming to calculate his next move. I hit the call button. 911, what's your emergency?" The dispatcher's voice filled my SUV through the speaker, and I saw the man's head snap up. "Hi, I'm at the Salmon River trailhead, and there's a man claiming to be Forest Service demanding I exit my vehicle. He won't show ID and—" But I was talking to air. The moment he heard the dispatcher's voice, the guy took off running. Not toward any official vehicle, but straight into the tree line, his flashlight beam bouncing crazily as he crashed through the underbrush. I watched until the light disappeared completely, swallowed by the darkness of the forest. "Ma'am, are you still there? Are you safe?" The dispatcher's urgent voice brought me back. "Yes, I'm here. I'm locked in my vehicle. The man just ran into the woods when he heard me calling you." My whole body was shaking now, adrenaline making my voice quaver. He said he was Forest Service but had no badge, no vehicle that I could see. He wanted me to get out of my car at midnight. The dispatcher stayed on the line while she sent a real deputy to my location, though she warned it would take at least 45 minutes given how remote I was. Those were the longest 45 minutes of my life. I sat there in the driver's seat, keys in the ignition, ready to start the engine and floor it if I saw any sign of movement. Every shadow became a threat. Every rustle of wind through the trees made me jump. The dispatcher kept talking to me, getting details about the man. Height, build, what I could see of his uniform. I described the tan shirt, the way it seemed to hang loose on his frame, how he'd kept his face angled away from my direct view. She asked if I'd seen any vehicles when I'd pulled in earlier, and I realized I hadn't really paid attention. There'd been no other cars in the lot at sunset, but someone could have easily parked down the road and walked in. When the deputy finally arrived, his spotlight flooding the area with harsh white light, I nearly cried with relief. Deputy Martinez was everything the fake officer wasn't. Professional, patient, with a clearly marked Clackamas County Sheriff's vehicle and a badge he showed me immediately when I finally felt safe enough to crack my window. He searched the area with his partner while I gave my statement, but they found nothing except some boot prints leading into the forest. "You did exactly the right thing," Martinez told me, and there was something in his expression that made me pay attention. "We've had reports of someone impersonating officials at various campgrounds over the past month. This is the closest he's come to actually making contact with someone." He paused, choosing his words carefully. The other reports mentioned someone matching this description watching solo campers, particularly women, but leaving when they were in groups or had dogs. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. Come morning, I drove straight to the nearest ranger station in Zigzag to file a report with the actual Forest Service. The ranger who took my statement, a woman named Beth who'd worked the area for 15 years, went pale when I described the encounter. "We've been trying to catch this guy for weeks," she said, pulling out a map marked with red X's, each one a reported sighting. "You're the first person who's actually engaged with him," heard his voice clearly. "This is going to help a lot." She showed me the pattern they'd been tracking. Always remote trailheads, always between midnight and 3 a.m., always targeting people camping alone. The fake uniform was a new detail. In previous sightings, he'd just been a figure in dark clothing watching from the tree line. "He's escalating," Beth said quietly, and we both knew what that meant. Whatever this man wanted, he was getting bolder about trying to get it. They gave me a case number, took my contact information, and promised to increase patrols in the area. But we all knew the real solution was simpler and sadder. I wouldn't be camping alone anymore, at least not in places that isolated. The freedom I'd been chasing, that solo adventure I'd saved so long for, now came with a shadow I couldn't shake. Even now, months later, safe in my apartment in Bend, I still check my locks obsessively and jump at unexpected knocks on my door. The diesel smell never really leaves your hands, even after a dozen showers. I'm Eli, 31 years old, and I'd been wrenching on big rigs in Missoula for 8 years when this happened. Late September 2022, I was out scouting new hunting territory in the Bitterroot Range, about 40 miles from anything you'd call civilization. Sarah, my wife, had our first baby just 3 months before, a little girl named Emma, who had her mom's eyes and my stubborn streak. This solo trip was supposed to be my last hurrah before diaper duty took over completely. I'd picked this remote chunk of national forest specifically because nobody else hunted there. The terrain was a nightmare of steep ridges and fallen timber, but that's exactly where the monster bulls like to hide during hunting season. The morning it happened started perfect. Crisp air, no wind, fresh elk sign everywhere. I'd hiked in 5 miles from where I'd parked my truck, following game trails through lodgepole pines so thick you couldn't see 20 feet in any direction. Around 10 in the morning, I was working my way along a narrow ridge, moving slow and quiet like you do when you're hunting alone. The forest floor was carpeted in pine needles that muffled every step, and shafts of sunlight cut through the canopy like golden spears. I remember thinking how peaceful it all felt, how far away from civilization I'd managed to get. That's when my boot caught something that shouldn't have been there. I went down hard, rifle clattering against the rocks, my knee slamming into a fallen log. The pain shot up my leg like lightning, but what really got my attention was what had tripped me. A length of paracord stretched taut between two trees, exactly at ankle height. The cord was olive drab, military grade, tied with professional knots that told me whoever set this knew what they were doing. It wasn't old either. The material was clean, no weather damage, maybe a week old at most. My first thought was another hunter had set up some kind of marker, but as I looked closer, I could see this was deliberately placed to trip someone walking this exact path. The hairs on my neck started prickling as I stood up and really looked around. About 30 yards upslope, partially hidden behind a massive Douglas fir, I spotted a tree stand, one of those portable climbing stands hunters use. But something was wrong with the setup. The stand faced downhill toward the trip line, not toward any game trails or clearings where you'd expect elk to pass. Binoculars hung from a branch next to it. Expensive ones, military surplus by the look of them. Fresh food wrappers littered the base of the tree. Energy bars, beef jerky packages, empty water bottles. Someone had been here recently, maybe even this morning. The whole setup made my skin crawl because this wasn't about hunting animals. This was about watching people, and I'd just triggered their alarm system. Every instinct I'd developed in 20 years of hunting screamed at me to get out of there, but I needed to understand what I was looking at first. I limped up to the tree stand, keeping my rifle ready, scanning the forest for any movement. The ladder rungs were worn smooth from use, and I could see boot prints in the dirt, size 11 or 12, deep heel marks from military-style boots. Next to the tree, half buried under pine needles, I found something that made my heart pound even harder. A camouflage tarp covering what looked like supply caches, MREs, water purification tablets, ammunition boxes. This wasn't some weekend hunter's camp. Someone was living out here, staying hidden, and they'd turned this section of forest into their personal surveillance network. The forest had gone dead quiet. No birds, no squirrels, even the wind had died. That kind of silence only happens when something's wrong, when every creature in the woods knows a predator is near. I backed away from the tree slowly, trying to retrace my steps exactly, fighting the urge to run. As I moved, I started noticing things I'd missed before. More cordage strung between trees at different heights, creating a web of trip lines. Disturbed earth that might be covering something. A game camera mounted high on a pine, its lens aimed at the trail I'd just walked. The whole area was rigged like some kind of early warning system, and I was probably on camera right now, being watched by whoever had built this nightmare in the middle of nowhere. I made it back to the main trail and started moving fast, not quite running but close. My knee throbbed where I'd hit the log, but adrenaline kept me going. Every shadow looked like a person. Every snap of a twig sounded like footsteps behind me. About a mile from the trip line, I found another one. This time I saw it before it caught me. Same setup, same military cordage, but this one had small bells attached that would have jingled if I'd hit it. Whoever set these traps had created a perimeter, multiple layers of security around whatever they were protecting or hiding from. The sophistication of it, the planning involved, told me this person had training. Military maybe, or law enforcement gone bad. Either way, they were serious about not being found. The 5 miles back to my truck felt like 50. I kept checking behind me, expecting to see someone following, but the forest stayed empty. When I finally broke through the tree line and saw my old Chevy sitting there in the afternoon sun, I nearly cried with relief. I threw my gear in the back, cranked the engine, and got the hell out of there. But even as I drove, bouncing down that dirt road toward the highway, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stumbled into something way bigger than just some hermit's camp. The whole setup was too elaborate, too professional. Someone with skills and resources had turned that patch of wilderness into a fortress, and they were watching for intruders. I'd been lucky to walk out at all. The drive to the ranger station in Darby took 2 hours, and I spent every minute of it debating whether to report what I'd found. Part of me wanted to just go home, forget the whole thing, pretend I'd never seen those trip lines. But I kept thinking about other hunters who might stumble into that web, maybe with their kids along. By the time I pulled into the station parking lot, my shirt was soaked with sweat despite the cool evening air. The ranger on duty, a guy named Marcus who I'd talked to before about hunting permits, took one look at my face and knew something was wrong. I told him everything. The trip lines, the surveillance setup, the supply caches. He listened without interrupting, but I could see his expression getting more serious with every detail. When I finished, he made a call to his supervisor, then another to someone he wouldn't name. Within an hour, that quiet ranger station turned into a command center. State police showed up first, then federal marshals, then guys in unmarked SUVs who didn't introduce themselves. They had me go through the whole story 3 more times, marking locations on topographical maps, describing every detail I could remember. One of the marshals, a woman with sharp eyes and a Boston accent, showed me a series of photographs on her tablet. "Recognize any of these items?" she asked. My throat went dry when I saw pictures of the exact same military surplus binoculars, the same brand of MREs, even the same type of paracord. Turns out they'd been tracking someone for months, a former Army Ranger named Derek Hoffman, who'd robbed a credit union in Spokane and disappeared into the mountains with $400,000 in cash. They kept me there until almost midnight, going over satellite images of the area, having me pinpoint exactly where I'd been. The federal guys were particularly interested in the layout of the trip lines, the pattern of the surveillance. "He's good," one of them muttered, studying my hand-drawn map. "Real good. Textbook perimeter defense." They told me Hoffman had extensive survival training, had spent 3 tours in Afghanistan setting up forward operating bases. He knew how to disappear, how to live off the grid indefinitely. What scared them most was that he'd been out there for 2 months already, and I was the first person to find any trace of him. If I hadn't stumbled into his security net, they might never have located him. The thought that I'd been walking around in his crosshairs made me sick to my stomach. A week later, I got a call from the marshal with the Boston accent. They'd found the site exactly where I'd described it, but Hoffman was gone. He'd cleared out fast but left evidence behind. The trip lines, some of the supplies, even fingerprints on the ammunition boxes. But here's what really messed with my head. They found my campsite from the night before I discovered the traps. I'd set up camp about 300 yards from his perimeter, close enough that he would have seen my fire, heard me moving around. The marshals found observation notes he'd kept, and I was in them. Single hunter, blue tent, Remington 700, non-threat, written in neat block letters. He'd been watching me the entire time I was there, probably through those military binoculars, deciding whether I was worth worrying about. I'd slept peacefully that night, cooked my dinner over an open fire, never knowing a wanted fugitive was studying my every move. They never caught him, at least not that I heard about. The marshals said he probably had multiple sites set up throughout the Bitterroots, moving between them like a ghost. They found 2 more camps over the next month, same setup, same level of paranoid security, but always abandoned by the time they arrived. I haven't been back to that part of the forest since. I still hunt, but I stick to familiar territory now, places where I know every trail and clearing. Sometimes when I'm out there, especially when the woods go quiet, I remember that feeling of being watched, of walking through someone else's trap. Sarah thinks I'm paranoid now, the way I check for trip lines even on marked trails, the way I glass the ridge lines looking for surveillance positions. But she didn't see what I saw, didn't feel what it was like to realize you'd been hunted without knowing it. Somewhere out there, Derek Hoffman is probably still running, still watching, still setting his traps, and I can't help but wonder how many other hunters have walked through his web and never even known it. I'd been feeling burnt out for months, stuck in that limbo where every photo I took felt like a copy of the last. The kind of creative drought that makes everything feel gray. I figured some isolation might clear my head, so I packed up my Canon, a borrowed tent, and a week's worth of instant oatmeal, and drove west until the radio static swallowed every station. Big Bend had always been on my list, vast, harsh, and quiet in a way that felt like it could wipe the mental clutter clean. I set up camp in a remote area a few miles off the main trail, the kind of spot where even park rangers only swing by every couple weeks. No service, no sound, just the wind dragging heat over the rocks. The first day was everything I needed. I hiked until sunset, filled up 2 memory cards with golden cliffs and pale desert skies, then sat by the fire listening to the creak of branches and the low chirp of whatever critters ruled the night out there. By the time I crawled into the tent, the kind of sleep that only comes after a long day in the sun hit me fast. The second day followed the same rhythm: photograph, hike, cook, repeat. But that night, something shifted. The wind had died down, and the air inside the tent felt heavier somehow, like the desert was holding its breath. I was lying there, halfway between awake and asleep when I heard it. Clear as if someone were kneeling beside me, just inches from the fabric wall, a voice whispered my name. Not shouted, not called out from a distance. Just a quiet, deliberate, "David." My eyes snapped open, and for a few seconds I didn't move a muscle. I didn't even blink. The whisper hadn't come from inside my head. It hadn't echoed or drifted. It had weight, a nearness to it. I sat up slowly, listening hard, straining against the silence. Nothing. Just the dry hush of the desert at night. I unzipped the tent an inch and peeked out. The fire was low, barely glowing. No movement, no footsteps. Eventually, I convinced myself it had to be a dream, my brain recycling the sound of my own voice, maybe. A trick of exhaustion. Still, I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, while making coffee over the tiny camp stove, I circled the tent out of habit, checking for scorpions or snakes. That's when I saw it. Just outside the back corner of the tent, pressed into the soft dirt, was a single boot print. Not mine. Mine were Vibram soles, thick and hexagonal. This one was narrow, clean, and had that cross-hatched grip you see on lighter hiking boots. I squatted down and stared at it for a long time. No other prints nearby, no drag marks, just that one perfect step, like someone had walked up behind the tent, stood still, and then vanished. I tried to shake it off by keeping busy, packing up my gear and hiking deeper into the trail loops, hoping to distract myself with work. But the air felt different that day, drier, more brittle. Every time I stopped to take a photo, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone ducking behind a rock or standing too still among the brush. There was nothing, of course, just cacti, dust, and silence stretching for miles. Still, that boot print kept nagging at me. It didn't make sense. If someone was passing through, there should have been more tracks, maybe tire marks. But the ground around my tent had been clean, except for that one. That night, I couldn't settle. I skipped the fire, ate cold food straight from the pack, and stayed inside the tent with the flashlight clipped to the ceiling. Around midnight, I started hearing faint crunches in the distance, like someone stepping slowly on dry gravel, pausing, and then stepping again. I told myself it was an animal, probably a javelina, maybe a deer, but something about the rhythm didn't feel right. Animals move with skittish energy, scattered and fast. This was slow, intentional. I didn't sleep at all. I just laid there, waiting for another whisper, gripping the handle of my utility knife until my fingers ached. By morning, I was done pretending this was nothing. I packed everything in record time and headed back to the ranger station, legs stiff from not sleeping and nerves frayed thin. The ranger on duty, a woman named Kathy with deep crow's feet and a sun-beaten hat, listened while I described what happened. I didn't expect much, maybe just a shrug and a reminder that it was probably another camper messing around. But she didn't shrug. Her expression stayed still. After a pause, she said, "That site was near the base of Mule Ears, right?" I nodded. She hesitated, then added, 2 years ago, a guy went missing out there. Solo camper. Same area. Never found his body." That would have been eerie enough, but it got worse. She turned her chair and pulled open a drawer, rummaging through some old field reports until she found a faded manila folder. Inside was a missing persons bulletin printed on a sheet so sun-worn it had curled at the corners. The man's name was David Merrill. 33 years old, also a photographer. Disappeared on the second night of his trip. They found his tent, his pack, even his camera bag, all intact. No sign of struggle, just gone. The date on the report made my skin prickle. Exactly 2 years ago to the week. I don't know what I was supposed to feel in that moment. Fear, disbelief, maybe both. But what hit me first was this weird sense of overlap, like I'd stepped into someone else's unfinished story without meaning to. Same profession. Same area, same damn name. It felt less like coincidence and more like, I don't know, interruption? I asked Kathy if anyone had ever reported hearing voices or weird activity in that part of the park. She didn't answer right away. Then she said, "Some folks say the desert doesn't forget, sometimes it echoes." I don't even know what that means, but I haven't been able to forget those words since. I drove straight out of Big Bend that afternoon, ignoring every good spot I passed that would have made for a perfect photo. The desert felt heavier as I left, like something was watching from the hills but too far away to see. I haven't camped solo since then. Honestly, I haven't even looked at those photos I took. I dumped them onto an external hard drive when I got home and shoved it in the back of a drawer. It's still there, still untouched. And even now, when I think about opening it, something in me recoils like I'd be inviting something back in. A couple months later, I got curious enough to look up other missing persons reports from the park. There are a few, but none as similar as the one with my name. No new updates, no sightings, just a cold case filed away under dust and desert silence. I keep wondering if what I heard that night wasn't the other David calling out for help, or warning me. Like he got pulled into something and the whisper was the only piece that could slip through. I'll never know. But sometimes I lie awake, picturing the fabric of the tent just inches from my face, and that voice threading through it, calm and familiar. I never heard it again, never found another print, but every once in a while I catch myself turning sharply if someone says my name from behind. It's automatic now, like muscle memory. I don't camp anymore, not alone. And especially not in the desert, because if the land really does echo, like Kathy said, then I think that part of Texas is still repeating something not finished, something that once looked at me through the thin wall of that tent, and maybe decided I wasn't the one it was looking for. Not yet, anyway. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. Most people don't realize how isolated you get driving trucks for a living. It was late October 2022, and I'd been hauling freight across the Midwest for about 8 years at that point. The job suited me fine, decent pay, lots of time alone with my thoughts, and I got to see parts of the country most folks never do. I was 43, divorced, living in a small apartment outside Columbus, Ohio. That particular week had been routine runs, nothing special, until dispatch called me Thursday afternoon with a last-minute delivery. Some agricultural equipment heading out to a farm about 2 hours from Des Moines needed to arrive that same night. The pay was double the usual rate because of the rush, and honestly, I needed the extra cash with the holidays coming up. Should have been my first warning sign. But money has a way of making you ignore your instincts. The address they gave me led to this property way out past civilization, where the paved roads turned to gravel and then to dirt. My GPS kept recalculating, trying to figure out where the hell I was supposed to go. Around 9:30 that night, I finally found the place. A massive wooden gate with Donovan Farm painted on a crooked sign that looked like it hadn't been touched since the 70s. The client, a guy named Mr. Donovan, had called me 3 times already to make sure I was still coming. His voice had this weird urgency to it, kept saying they absolutely needed the equipment tonight, couldn't wait until morning. When I pulled through that gate, My headlights swept across empty fields on both sides, dead cornstalks standing like soldiers in neat rows. The main house sat about a quarter-mile back from the road, completely dark except for one window glowing yellow on the second floor. But the delivery instructions said to bring everything to the barn, another half-mile past the house, deeper into the property. The barn was this enormous red structure, probably built in the 40s or 50s, with those old-style sliding doors that must have been 20 feet tall. Mr. Donovan was already waiting outside when I pulled up, standing under a single floodlight that barely pushed back the darkness around us. He was maybe 60, wearing overalls and a flannel shirt that hung loose on his skinny frame. What struck me most were his eyes. They kept darting around, never staying on me for more than a second before checking the darkness behind the barn, then the truck, then back to the shadows. He walked up before I even got out of the cab, talking fast about how grateful he was that I made it, how important this delivery was for their operation. The way he said operation stuck with me. Not farm, not business. Operation. He kept wringing his hands while he talked, and I noticed dirt caked under his fingernails, the kind that gets so deep it becomes part of your skin. I backed the trailer up to the barn doors like he asked, and that's when things started getting weird. Usually, clients have their own people to help unload, especially for heavy equipment, but Mr. Donovan insisted it was just him and me. Said his workers had gone home for the day, but he couldn't wait until morning to get this stuff unloaded. The cargo was 3 large crates of what the manifest listed as agricultural processing equipment, each one probably weighing around 800 pounds. No way 2 people could move those without proper equipment. When I mentioned this, he quickly said he had a forklift inside the barn. We just needed to open the crates first and carry the smaller components in piece by piece. That didn't make any sense to me. Why would you break down equipment before moving it to where you're going to assemble it? But he was already pulling out a crowbar, heading toward the first crate, so I grabbed my work gloves and followed him. The overtime pay was too good to start asking too many questions. We got the first crate open, and inside were definitely machine parts, steel frames, conveyor components, some kind of grinding mechanism. Nothing unusual there, Mr. Donovan grabbed one end of a frame piece, motioning for me to take the other. The barn doors were already open, just a black rectangle waiting for us. As we carried that first piece toward the entrance, he started talking again, his voice echoing weird in the night air. He was going on about how they were expanding their operation, how they needed more processing capacity, how business was booming. But everything about the place screamed the opposite. No fresh tire tracks except mine. No lights in any of the outbuildings. No signs anyone had worked this land in months. We stepped through those barn doors, and immediately the smell hit me. It was this mix of old hay, motor oil, and something else underneath. Something sharp and metallic that made me breathe through my mouth. The only light came from a single bulb hanging from a beam about 30 feet in, leaving most of the barn in complete darkness. That's when I heard it. A slight shuffling sound from somewhere deeper in the barn. Not loud, but definitely there, like boots on concrete trying to be quiet. I stopped walking, still holding my end of the frame. Mr. Donovan immediately started talking louder, almost frantically, about where we should put the equipment, pointing toward the darkness with his free hand. But I was focused on letting my eyes adjust. And that's when I saw them. Shadows that weren't quite right, human-shaped forms standing perfectly still against the far wall. At first I thought maybe they were just equipment or hay bales, but then one of them shifted slightly. Just a small movement, like someone adjusting their weight from one foot to the other. There were at least 4 of them that I could make out, maybe more further back. They were just standing there in the dark, waiting. Mr. Donovan was still talking, his voice getting higher, more desperate, saying we should go further in, that the forklift was in the back. We just needed to walk past the old stalls to get to it. Every instinct I'd developed in 20 years of adult life was screaming at me to get out of there. I set down my end of the frame, nice and calm, and told Mr. Donovan I needed to check something in my truck real quick. His whole face changed then. The nervous energy turned into something harder, meaner. He said we were almost done, just needed to get the equipment inside, but his hand moved to his pocket, and I could see the outline of something there. The shadows in the back started moving forward, slow and deliberate, spreading out to block any path deeper into the barn. One of them knocked over something metal. It clanged against the concrete floor and echoed through the space. Mr. Donovan dropped his end of the frame with a crash and took a step toward me, saying I couldn't leave yet, that we had a deal. His voice had completely changed, no more nervous farmer act. It was cold, controlled, like he'd done this before and knew exactly how it was supposed to go. I didn't run. Running would have triggered whatever they had planned. Instead, I backed up steady and smooth, keeping my eyes on Mr. Donovan while tracking the shadows in my peripheral vision. Told him I had a tire pressure warning light. Needed to check it before the trailer shifted and damaged his equipment. Professional concern, you know? He hesitated for just a second, probably trying to figure out if I was playing along or making an escape. That hesitation was all I needed. I kept backing up, out through those barn doors, my boots crunching on the gravel. The shadows inside were moving faster now, and I could hear voices, low and urgent. Mr. Donovan followed me out, still trying to convince me to come back in, saying his nephews just wanted to help with the unloading, that's all. Nephews. Right. Nephews who hide in the dark and wait for truckers to walk into the back of barns. When I got to my cab door, he grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in hard through my jacket. His other hand was pulling something from his pocket, and I didn't wait to see what it was. I yanked my arm free and shoved him back hard enough that he stumbled and fell against the trailer. Then I was in the cab, slamming the door and hitting the locks in one motion. Mr. Donovan was back on his feet immediately, pounding on my door, yelling that I couldn't leave with his equipment. Through the side mirror, I could see 3 men had come out of the barn, all of them built like they spent their days throwing hay bales, and they were jogging toward the truck. I fired up the engine, and that beautiful diesel roar never sounded so good. Mr. Donovan jumped onto my running board, trying to pull the door handle, his face pressed against the window. I could see his teeth, yellow and crooked, as he shouted threats about what would happen if I left. The 3 men were almost at the truck now, and one of them was carrying what looked like a crowbar. I dropped it into gear and started rolling forward, slow at first. Mr. Donovan held on for maybe 10 feet before he had to let go or get pulled under the wheels. The smart thing would have been to just drive straight out, but I needed to unhook that trailer. No way I was leaving them with $800,000 worth of equipment to maybe fence or use as bait for the next driver. I pulled forward about 50 yards, jumped out with my pin puller, and had that 5th wheel uncoupled in record time. The men were running toward me now, actually running, and I could hear Mr. Donovan shouting instructions to them. Something about the truck, don't let him leave with the truck. That's when it clicked. They didn't want the cargo at all. They wanted my rig. Probably planned to knock me out or worse in that barn, take the truck, and leave me and the empty trailer to rot on this property. I jumped back in the cab just as the first guy reached me, his crowbar swinging toward my windshield. The glass spiderwebbed but held as I gunned it, leaving them all in a cloud of dust and diesel exhaust. In my mirrors, I could see them standing there in the headlight beams from the abandoned trailer. Mr. Donovan still yelling, waving his arms like a madman. I drove straight through that wooden gate without slowing down, pieces of it flying everywhere, and didn't stop until I hit the main highway. Then I pulled into the first well-lit truck stop I found and called 911. The sheriff's deputy who showed up took my statement, looked at the damaged windshield, and said he'd check it out. But his expression told me everything. This wasn't his first call about something weird happening out on those back roads. He asked me if I could identify any of the men besides Mr. Donovan, and I gave him what details I could remember. He wrote it all down, said they'd investigate, but warned me that by the time they got out there, the place would probably be cleaned up, looking like a normal farm again. These people knew how to play the game, he said. They'd have some story ready about a disagreement over payment, maybe even file a complaint against me for stealing their equipment. The deputy suggested I call my dispatcher, report everything to my company, and maybe avoid deliveries to isolated farms for a while. The next morning, my dispatcher called me, mad as hell, but not at me. Turns out the shipping company that contracted the delivery didn't exist. The paperwork was fake. The payment authorization was from a stolen credit card, and the phone number Mr. Donovan had been calling from was a burner. The whole thing was a setup from the start. But here's what really got to me. When I started asking around at truck stops talking to other drivers, I heard stories. Similar situations, always at night. Always isolated farms or warehouses. Always urgent deliveries with premium pay. Most drivers who took those jobs and actually went through with going into the buildings were reported as missing, their trucks found abandoned states away, stripped clean. The drivers themselves? Never found. The FBI apparently had a task force on it, but these operations moved around. Different states, different names, always one step ahead. I was lucky. Lucky I noticed those shadows. Lucky I trusted my gut. Lucky I got out when I did. Now I stick to daytime deliveries, established companies only, and if something pays too good to be true, I remember that night at the Donovan farm and pass on the job. Some money just isn't worth it. I need to tell someone about what happened to me last Wednesday night on Highway 50, because I'm still trying to process it myself. I'm a long-haul trucker, been driving 18-wheelers for about 12 years now, mostly running freight between Nevada and Colorado. The name's Martin, and I usually pride myself on being pretty level-headed. You have to be when you're hauling 60,000 pounds of cargo through mountain passes and desert stretches. That particular night, I was carrying a load of electronics from Reno to Denver. Nothing too valuable, but enough to make me cautious. I'd left Reno around 6 in the evening, planning to drive through the night since traffic would be lighter, and I could make better time. My wife Joanna was expecting me home by Friday afternoon, and I wanted to grab some sleep at the depot before heading to our place in Aurora. The weather was clear. Just a regular November evening with temperatures dropping, but no snow in the forecast. Highway 50 through Nevada is called the loneliest road in America, for good reason. You can drive for hours without seeing another soul, just endless stretches of sagebrush and distant mountains. I actually prefer it that way most times. Gives me space to think, listen to podcasts, maybe call Joanna when I hit the spots with decent cell coverage. Around 9:30 that night, I was about 40 miles east of Austin, Nevada, when I first noticed the headlights in my mirrors. Now, seeing another truck on Highway 50 isn't unusual. Plenty of us use it as an alternative to I-80. But something about this one caught my attention right away. It was a Peterbilt, looked like a 579 model from what I could tell, painted solid black with no company logos, no dot numbers visible, nothing. The trailer was one of those refrigerated units, also black, which struck me as odd because most reefer units are white or silver to reflect heat. The whole setup looked expensive. Custom maybe, but completely anonymous. I figured it was probably some owner-operator who liked to keep things low-key, though in 12 years of driving, I'd never seen a completely unmarked commercial rig. At first, I didn't think much of it. The guy was maintaining a decent following distance, maybe 300 feet back, which is respectful spacing for night driving. But after about 20 minutes, I started getting this uncomfortable feeling in my gut. See, when you're driving long haul, you develop a rhythm, a pattern to your speed. Sometimes you'll push 70 on the straightaways, drop to 65 on the grades, maybe slow to 55 around the sharper curves. Most truckers behind you will either match your average speed and gradually fall back, or they'll find their own pace and eventually pass. But this black rig, it was matching me, move for move, like we were connected by an invisible cable. When I'd ease up to 72, I'd watch those headlights in my mirror slowly creep up to maintain that same 300-foot gap. When I'd test it by dropping to 60, those lights would fade back, keeping the distance perfect. After 30 minutes of this, I knew something wasn't right. I tried to get a look at the driver when we passed under the occasional streetlight near the small towns, but the cab windows were tinted so dark I couldn't see anything inside. The thing that really started bothering me was how quiet my CB radio had gotten. Usually, even on Highway 50, you'll catch some chatter, maybe someone complaining about speed traps or warning about deer on the road. But ever since that black truck appeared, my CB had been dead silent except for static. I tried calling out a few times, standard stuff like, "Westbound, you got your ears on?" but got nothing back. Even tried switching channels, thinking maybe my radio was acting up, but every frequency was the same. Just that low, empty hiss. I grabbed my phone to call Joanna, let her know I was running on schedule, but I had no signal, which wasn't unusual for that stretch. Still, the combination of the silent CB and that truck maintaining perfect distance was making the hair on my neck prickle. About an hour into this strange dance, I decided to test something. There's a way station near Eastgate that's usually closed at night, but it has a wide pull-off area where truckers sometimes stop to check their loads or grab a quick nap. I put on my turn signal way early, giving plenty of warning, and started slowing down for the exit. Sure enough, those headlights behind me started blinking, left turn signal matching mine. My mouth went dry as I watched this happen. I kept slowing, dropped to about 40, then 35 as I approached the off-ramp. But at the last second, I canceled my signal and accelerated back onto the highway, pushing my rig harder than I usually would. The black truck followed my exact move. Canceled signal, smooth acceleration, right back to that 300-foot distance. That's when I knew for certain this wasn't coincidence or some driver who just happened to be going my way. This person was deliberately following me, had been for over 50 miles now. My mind started racing through possibilities, none of them good. Maybe someone knew what I was hauling. Electronics aren't drugs or guns, but a trailer full of laptops and tablets could be worth decent money to the right fence. Or maybe this was something else entirely, something worse. I'd heard stories at truck stops, drivers talking about rigs that would follow you until you stopped. Then bad things would happen. Hijackings where they'd beat you half to death and leave you in the desert. Some guys even claimed there were crews that would force you off the road in remote spots, make it look like you'd fallen asleep at the wheel. I'd always figured those were just trucker tales, stories that got bigger with each telling. But sitting there with that black rig glued to my bumper, those stories didn't seem so far-fetched anymore. The stretch of road ahead was particularly desolate, wouldn't see another town for 30 miles, and cell coverage was non-existent. I started doing the math in my head. I had about 3/4 of a tank, enough to make it to Ely without stopping, but that was still almost 2 hours away. The nearest rest stop was about 40 minutes ahead, one of those basic pull-offs with bathrooms and a couple of parking spots for semis. I'd stopped there before, remembered it being poorly lit with no security cameras, just a lonely spot in the middle of nowhere. No way was I pulling in there with this black rig on my tail. I kept checking my mirrors, hoping to see some identifying mark on the truck, maybe catch a glimpse of a license plate when we went around curves and the angle changed. But whoever was driving that thing knew what they were doing. Stayed perfectly centered in the lane, never gave me a different view. The only thing I could make out was a small red LED light on the dashboard, glowing like a little eye watching me. Even the marker lights on the trailer were dim, barely legal, just bright enough to avoid getting pulled over but not bright enough to illuminate any details. Then something happened that made my whole body tense up. We were coming up on a section where Highway 50 intersects with Route 376, and there's a small gas station there, one of those old mom-and-pop places that closes at 10 but leaves the lights on for the self-service pumps. As we approached, I saw another semi parked by the pumps, a white Freightliner with Anderson Logistics painted on the side. The driver was outside, looked like he was checking his tires with a flashlight. I started flashing my high beams frantically, hoping he'd look up, maybe see something was wrong. The guy did look up, shielded his eyes from my lights, and I saw him take a step toward the road like he was trying to figure out what my problem was. But as soon as we passed, I watched in my mirror as the black rig's high beams suddenly blazed to life, aimed directly at the other driver. The man stumbled backward, and I saw him drop his flashlight. Those high beams stayed on for maybe 5 seconds, then went dark again. When I looked back at the road, my knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel so hard. The next 20 minutes felt like hours. I kept glancing between the road ahead and my mirrors, watching those headlights maintain their perfect distance. My shirt was soaked with sweat, even though I had the AC running. I tried the CB again, scanning through all 40 channels, but it was still dead. That's when I remembered something. My nephew had given me a dash cam last Christmas, one of those dual camera setups that records both front and rear. I'd installed it, but honestly forgot about it most of the time. The memory card could hold about 6 hours of footage before it started overwriting. I reached up and made sure the little red recording light was on, then adjusted my rearview mirror slightly to make sure it was catching the black rig. At least if something happened, there'd be evidence. The thought of if something happened made me want to vomit. I'd been in close calls before. Tire blowouts, ice storms, even had a drunk driver sideswipe me once near Salt Lake City. But this was different. This was deliberate, calculated, patient. Whoever was in that truck was waiting for something, and I had a sick feeling I knew what. Finally, I saw the sign for the Hickison rest area coming up, 2 miles. It wasn't much, just a pull-off with some picnic tables and basic facilities, but I remembered it had something important, a clear view of the road in both directions and enough space to turn around quickly if needed. More importantly, it was on a slight hill, which meant I'd have the high ground if things went bad. I know that sounds paranoid, but when you've got 70 miles of nothing in every direction, and someone's been stalking you for over an hour, paranoid starts feeling pretty rational. I made my decision quickly, no signal this time, just suddenly veered toward the exit at the last possible moment. The black rig's brakes locked up behind me. I heard the squeal even over my own engine, and for a second I thought it might jackknife trying to follow. But the driver recovered, wrestling that monster onto the exit ramp behind me. As I pulled into the rest area, my headlights swept across the empty parking area. No other vehicles, no witnesses, just me and whoever was about to follow me in. I positioned my truck strategically, nose pointed toward the exit, engine still running. Then I waited, watching in my mirrors as the black rig slowly rolled into the rest area and stopped about 50 feet behind me, engine idling with a low, menacing rumble. We sat there for what must have been 5 minutes, though it felt like an eternity. Neither of us moved, neither shut off our engines. I could see the silhouette of someone in the driver's seat of the black rig, but the tinted windows still prevented me from making out any features. They just sat there, waiting, watching. I had my phone in my hand, praying for even 1 bar of signal, but got nothing. Then I noticed something that made my chest tighten. A second figure moving inside the cab, shifting from the sleeper berth to the passenger seat. There were 2 of them. My mind raced through my options. I couldn't outrun them, their rig looked newer and probably had more horsepower. Fighting was out of the question. I'm 53 years old with a bad knee, and there were 2 of them. I kept my hand on the gear shift, ready to slam it into drive if either of them opened a door. The waiting was excruciating. I could hear my own heartbeat over the rumble of the engines. Then, suddenly, their CB crackled to life, not with words, but with this strange clicking sound, rhythmic, almost like Morse code, but not quite. Click, click, pause, click, 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 pause, click. It went on for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped. I didn't know what it meant, but it felt like a countdown, or worse, a signal to someone else. That's when I saw the headlights approaching from the west, another vehicle coming fast. As it got closer, I realized it was a Nevada Highway Patrol cruiser. I'd never been so happy to see those lights in my life. I immediately started flashing my high beams and hit my air horn 3 times, the universal trucker signal for distress. The patrol car slowed, pulled into the rest area, and positioned itself between me and the black rig, those LED light bars illuminating everything in harsh blue and white. The officer got out, hand resting on his sidearm, and walked toward the black truck. I watched him knock on the driver's window, saw it roll down just a few inches. They talked for maybe 2 minutes, though I couldn't hear what was said. The officer walked around the rig, shining his flashlight on the sides, and I saw him pause at the back of the trailer, taking photos with his phone. Then he came over to me. Officer Colton, according to his name tag, mid-30s, looked dead serious. Asked if I was all right, if these guys had threatened me. I told him everything, the following, the synchronized movements, the intimidation at the gas station. He nodded, told me he'd gotten 2 other reports that week about a black semi following drivers on Highway 50. though I was the first one who'd actually stopped. He said the plates came back registered to a shell company that didn't really exist, and they'd been trying to catch these guys for weeks. Apparently, 3 drivers in the last month had been robbed after being followed, forced off the road in remote spots, beaten, cargo stolen. He told me to wait while he called for backup. Within 15 minutes, 2 more patrol cars arrived, and the rest area looked like a crime scene with all the flashing lights. The officers surrounded the black rig, weapons drawn, ordering the occupants out. Through my mirrors, I watched 2 men exit the cab, hands raised. The driver was tall, maybe 6'4", wearing a gray hoodie and jeans, completely unremarkable except for a neck tattoo that looked like barbed wire. The passenger was shorter, stockier, had a shaved head and wore a leather jacket despite the cold. Both looked calm, almost amused, like this was just a minor inconvenience. The officers cuffed them, and one started searching the cab while another checked the trailer. That's when things got interesting. Officer Colton came back to me, told me they found something in the cab, a notebook with detailed logs of trucks they'd been following. License plates, cargo manifests somehow obtained illegally, driver names, home addresses, regular routes. My information was in there, down to my wife's name and our address in Aurora. They even had notes about when I usually stopped for fuel and which rest areas I preferred. The trailer was empty except for some tools that looked like they were meant for breaking into other trailers. Bolt cutters, crowbars, some kind of electronic device that Colton said was probably for disrupting trailer GPS units. These guys were professionals, had been doing this for who knows how long. The investigation took another 2 hours, with officers taking my statement, copying my dashcam footage, and documenting everything. They told me the 2 men were already wanted in connection with similar crimes in Utah and Arizona, part of a larger ring that targeted long-haul truckers carrying electronics and pharmaceuticals. The black rig was one of 3 they operated, all identical, all registered to fake companies. They'd follow a target for hours, learning their patterns, waiting for the perfect spot to strike. If I hadn't pulled into that rest area, if that patrol car hadn't shown up, they probably would have tried to run me off the road somewhere in the desert between there and Ely. Officer Colton gave me his card, said I'd need to testify eventually, but for now I was free to go. He offered to escort me to the county line, which I gratefully accepted. As I pulled out of that rest area, following the patrol car with my legs still shaking from adrenaline, I looked back one more time at the black rig, now surrounded by police tape and floodlights. The 2 men were already in separate patrol cars, and I never did learn their names. Didn't want to. I made it to Denver without further incident, hugged Joanna longer than usual when I got home, and took a week off before my next run. I still drive Highway 50 sometimes, it's part of my regular route, but now I've got a loaded Glock in my cab, completely legal with my concealed carry permit. And every time I see headlights appear in my mirror on those lonely stretches, my pulse quickens just a little, wondering if it's starting all over again. The rain had been hammering my windshield for the past 3 hours, and I was running on nothing but black coffee and whatever energy bars I'd grabbed at the last truck stop. I'd been hauling freight cross-country for about 12 years at that point, mostly electronics from warehouses in California heading east. That particular night in early September 2016, I was pushing through the mountains somewhere between Sacramento and Lake Tahoe, trying to make my delivery deadline in Elko. The CB radio kept crackling with static, and I remember thinking how the weather was getting worse by the minute. My wife Amy had called earlier, telling me our daughter Sophia had won her spelling bee at school, and I was feeling that familiar ache of missing another milestone. I'd promised them both I'd be home by the weekend, and I was determined to keep that promise, which meant pushing through despite the storm. The particular stretch of highway I was on had these brutal switchbacks that even experienced drivers hated, especially in weather like that. My rig was loaded heavy, about 78,000 pounds total, and the rain was making the asphalt slick as oil. I'd turned down my music and was gripping the wheel tight, keeping her steady at about 35 miles per hour through the curves. The headlights were cutting through sheets of rain, and visibility was maybe 30 feet at best. I kept checking my mirrors, making sure my trailer wasn't sliding, when I came around this particularly nasty bend that the locals apparently called Dead Man's Curve. The road curved sharply to the right, with a sheer rock wall on one side, and nothing but darkness and a steep drop on the other. That's when I saw them, 3 small figures standing right in the middle of my lane, not moving, just standing there in the downpour like they were waiting for something. Every instinct I had from years of driving kicked in at once. I yanked the wheel hard to the left while hitting the brakes, but not too hard. Jackknifing a fully loaded semi on a wet mountain road would have been a death sentence. The figures didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't even react to my horn blaring or the massive 18-wheeler barreling toward them. They looked like kids, maybe 8 or 9 years old, wearing what appeared to be yellow raincoats that were way too bright, almost glowing in my headlights. Their faces were turned down, hidden under the hoods, and their arms hung straight at their sides in this unnatural way that made my chest tighten. The truck started sliding sideways, the trailer pushing me toward the guardrail, and I could hear the tires screaming against the wet pavement. I managed to thread the needle between those figures and the rock wall, missing them by inches, feeling the entire rig shudder as I fought to keep control. Once I cleared them, I immediately started looking for a place to pull over, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it over the engine. There was a small turnout about a quarter mile ahead, barely big enough for my rig, but I made it work. I grabbed my flashlight and my phone, already dialing 911 while jumping out of the cab. The rain soaked through my jacket instantly, but I had to go back and check on those kids. The dispatcher answered, and I was practically shouting about children standing in the road during a storm, giving her the mile marker and everything. She said she'd send a patrol car immediately, and told me to stay in my vehicle for safety. But I was already jogging back along the shoulder, my flashlight beam cutting through the rain. When I reached the spot where I'd seen them, there was nothing. No kids, no raincoats, no sign anyone had been there at all. I searched both sides of the road, calling out, thinking maybe they'd run into the woods, but the only sound was rain hitting leaves and the distant rumble of thunder. The state trooper showed up about 20 minutes later, a younger guy named Officer Ramirez, who looked genuinely concerned when I explained what happened. He had me show him the exact spot, and we both searched the area with our flashlights while the rain kept coming down. He examined the skid marks my truck had left, took photos, and kept asking me detailed questions about what I'd seen. What really got me was when he asked me to describe the children's faces, and I realized I couldn't. Those hoods had hidden everything, and thinking back, they'd never looked up, not even when 18 wheels and 40 tons of metal came sliding toward them. Officer Ramirez got quiet for a moment, then asked me to follow him back to my truck. He pulled out his notepad and showed me a list of dates going back 2 years. Each entry was another driver reporting the same thing. Children in yellow raincoats, always in groups of 3, always at that exact curve, always disappearing without a trace. "We've had 4 accidents here in the last 18 months, he told me, his voice barely audible over the rain drumming on my cab's roof. Drivers swerving to avoid kids that aren't there when we arrive. 2 of them went through the guardrail." He pointed toward the edge where the mountain dropped away into blackness, and I felt my mouth go dry thinking about how close I'd come to joining that statistic. He explained that after the 3rd accident, they'd installed cameras at both ends of the curve, hoping to catch whatever was happening on video. The footage never showed any children, but it did catch something else about a month ago. A beat-up white van parked just around the blind side of the curve at 2 a.m., and someone dragging what looked like mannequins onto the road. By the time patrol units arrived, the van was gone, and so were the mannequins. Officer Ramirez pulled up a grainy photo on his phone showing 3 child-sized figures in yellow rain gear, positioned exactly where I'd seen them, except these were clearly artificial, with rigid limbs and faces that were just blank plastic heads under those hoods. The officer explained that they suspected it was either insurance fraud or something worse, cargo theft. Make a driver crash or stop suddenly, then while everyone's dealing with the accident or searching for injured kids, accomplices raid the trailer. He mentioned they'd found evidence of break-ins on 2 of the crashed trucks, though the drivers hadn't survived to confirm what was taken. The mannequins were weighted at the base, he said, designed to stand upright even in strong wind, and the yellow raincoats were made from some kind of reflective material that lit up like crazy under headlights. Whoever was doing this had put serious thought into the setup. They knew exactly where to place them for maximum effect, right at the sharpest point of the curve where drivers would have the least time to react and the most dangerous options for evasive maneuvers. Officer Ramirez asked me to check my trailer locks and seals, and sure enough, there were fresh scratches around the locking mechanism, like someone had been working on it with tools before something interrupted them. That's when we heard another truck coming up the mountain, the distant roar of a diesel engine fighting the grade. Officer Ramirez immediately got on his radio, calling for the nearest unit to stop all commercial traffic on this section until we could clear the scene. But the sound was getting closer fast, and we both knew the driver wouldn't see our vehicles until they came around that curve. The officer ran to his patrol car and hit every light he had. The whole area lit up blue and red like a carnival, reflecting off the rain and the rock walls. I grabbed my emergency flares from the cab and started running back toward the curve, igniting them as I went, throwing them onto the road to create a warning trail. We could hear the truck's jake brake engaging, that distinctive stuttering roar echoing off the mountains, which meant the driver had seen something and was trying to slow down. The truck came around the corner doing maybe 25, slow enough to stop when he saw us, and the driver, an older woman with gray hair pulled back in a ponytail, rolled down her window looking shaken. "Did you see them?" she asked, before either of us could speak, her voice trembling. "The kids in the road, about 2 miles back, just standing there?" Officer Ramirez and I exchanged glances, and he quickly approached her truck while I stood guard watching the road. She explained that she'd seen 3 figures in yellow raincoats near a pull-off area down the mountain, but when she'd checked her mirrors after passing, they were gone. The officer immediately called for backup to search that location, suspecting the criminals were working multiple spots or had moved their operation after seeing the police lights. The woman, whose name was Gloria, said she'd been driving this route for 15 years and had heard stories about Dead Man's Curve, but never believed them until tonight. While we were talking, another call came through on Officer Ramirez's radio. A motorist had just reported seeing a white van speeding down the mountain on a service road that ran parallel to the highway, heading toward the valley. The timing was too perfect to be coincidence. Officer Ramirez told Gloria and me to continue to the next town and file official reports at the station, but I couldn't just leave without knowing more. I asked if I could follow him to wherever they were searching for that van, and surprisingly, he agreed, probably figuring a witness might be helpful if they caught anyone. We formed a small convoy, his patrol car leading, my rig following, and Gloria behind me, descending the mountain carefully while more police units raced past us heading up to secure the curve. About 10 minutes later, we reached an old way station that had been closed for years, and there it was, a white van with its engine still warm, abandoned behind the building. The back doors were open, revealing exactly what we'd feared. 3 child-sized mannequins dressed in yellow raincoats, along with several more in various outfits. There were also tools, rope, and what looked like electronic equipment for monitoring police scanners. But the people responsible were nowhere to be found, having apparently fled on foot into the surrounding forest. The police brought in dogs and searched all night, but the rain had washed away most of the scent trail. They did find footprints leading to a creek where the tracks disappeared, suggesting whoever it was knew exactly how to evade tracking. Inside the van, they discovered notebooks with detailed information about trucking routes, delivery schedules, and specific cargo manifests. These people had been studying their targets for months. What really made my skin prickle was finding my own company's logo on one of the papers, along with notes about the electronics shipments we regularly hauled through that pass. Officer Ramirez showed me a map they'd found with dozens of red marks along various mountain roads throughout California and Oregon, each mark dated and annotated with codes they were still trying to decipher. The FBI got involved the next morning, treating it as organized cargo theft across state lines. They interviewed me for 3 hours, going over every detail, every second of what I'd experienced. Turns out similar schemes had been reported in Washington and Idaho, always using the same method. Mannequins designed to cause crashes or emergency stops, always targeting specific types of cargo. They never caught the people responsible, at least not that I ever heard about. The authorities installed more cameras, increased patrols, and put out alerts to all commercial drivers about the mannequin scheme. For weeks afterward, truckers would share stories on the CB about close calls and suspicious figures on mountain roads. I finished my delivery to Elko a day late and had to explain everything to my dispatcher, who'd already heard about it on the news. When I finally got home that weekend, I hugged Amy and Sophia longer than usual, unable to explain why I was so shaken by what should have been just another hazard of the job. I still drive that route sometimes, and yes, I still slow down at Dead Man's Curve. Even in perfect weather. Other drivers do too. You can tell the ones who know the story by how their brake lights flare up before that bend. The worst part is the uncertainty that stays with you. Every time I see something on the side of the road at night, even just a trash bag or a piece of tire, I wonder if it's them starting up again. If tonight's the night another driver won't be as lucky as I was. The company installed dash cameras in all our trucks after my incident, and I keep that footage saved on my phone. 3 yellow figures in the rain that nearly cost me everything. Proof that sometimes the real monsters are just people with a plan. I need everyone here to understand that what happened to me last April still makes me check my mirrors constantly, even when I'm just driving to the grocery store. I was hauling a load of automotive parts from Milwaukee to Kansas City, a route I'd done maybe 50 times before. At 38, I'd been driving trucks for almost 15 years, mostly doing these Midwest runs where you get to know every rest stop, every good diner, every speed trap. My wife Jennifer and our 2 kids were used to me being gone 3-4 days at a stretch, and I always made good money, because I preferred the night drives when traffic was lighter and I could make better time. That particular run started like any other. Loaded up around noon, grabbed dinner at this place that makes incredible meatloaf sandwiches, and hit the road proper around 8 p.m. when the sun was setting behind the cornfields. The first few hours were perfect driving weather. Clear skies, temperature dropping to that comfortable 60 degrees where you don't need the AC but you're not cold either. I had my thermos full of coffee, a bag of those pretzel rods I'm addicted to, and my CB radio crackling with the usual chatter from other drivers. Around midnight, somewhere on I-80 through Iowa, most of the radio traffic had died down to just occasional check-ins about speed traps or weather conditions ahead. I was making great time, probably doing 75 in a 70 zone, when I heard something that made me turn down my music. Through the static came this voice, real clear and calm, saying, "Hey there, Garrett. How's that Freightliner handling tonight?" Now I drive a Freightliner Cascadia. Pretty common rig, but hearing my actual first name instead of my handle Midwest Ghost made me pause. Nobody on the CB uses real names unless they know you personally, and this voice didn't sound familiar at all. I grabbed my mic and responded with, "This is Midwest Ghost, who's asking?" But got nothing back except dead air. Figured maybe it was someone from the company messing around, though that didn't explain how they'd know exactly where I was at that moment. About 10 minutes later, just as I was passing mile marker 142, the voice came back. "Mile marker 142, right on schedule, Garrett. That load of alternators and brake assemblies must be keeping you steady." My chest tightened because that was exactly what I was hauling, down to the specific parts, and that information wasn't on any public manifest. The shipping details were electronic, sealed, only accessible to the warehouse crews at both ends and our dispatch office. I tried to think if maybe someone at the loading dock had been extra chatty, but I couldn't recall talking to anyone beyond the usual paperwork signatures. The rational part of my brain kept saying there had to be an explanation. Maybe dispatch was playing some stupid late-night prank, or another driver from my company was having fun at my expense. But then the voice came through again, and this time it said something that made me grip the steering wheel harder. Jennifer's probably asleep by now, tucked in that blue comforter you bought her for Christmas. Your boy Mason's got that baseball game on Saturday you're gonna miss. I nearly swerved into the rumble strips. How could anyone know about my son's little league schedule, or what color our bedroom comforter was? These weren't things I talked about on the radio, ever. My personal life stayed personal, and I used the CB strictly for traffic and weather. Maybe the occasional joke with drivers I'd known for years. I switched off my CB completely, something I never do because it's like driving blind without traffic updates from other truckers. The silence in the cab felt wrong, but not as wrong as that voice knowing things about my family. My phone was mounted on the dashboard and I thought about calling Jennifer, but what would I say? "Hey, honey, some creep on the radio knows about our comforter?" She'd think I'd been driving too long, needed to pull over and sleep. The weird thing was, I wasn't tired at all. Adrenaline had me wide awake now, checking every single vehicle that passed me, studying them in my side mirrors as they disappeared into the darkness ahead. About 20 miles down the road, I couldn't stand the silence anymore and flipped the CB back on, switching to channel 19, the main trucker channel, hoping to hear normal chatter that would calm my nerves. Instead, the very second I turned it on, that same voice was already there, like it had been waiting. Channel 19, Channel 9, Channel 28. Doesn't matter where you go, Garrett. I've been listening to you for weeks now. That story you told about finding that injured dog near Waterloo. Really touching. The way you complain about the coffee at that Flying J near Davenport? Hilarious. My mouth went completely dry. Those were conversations from different trips, different times of day, scattered across the last month. Someone had been monitoring me, recording maybe, building up this whole profile of my life through casual CB conversations. The voice continued, almost conversational now. "You're wondering how, aren't you? It's actually pretty simple when you know what you're doing. Your CB registration, your DOT number, cross-reference that with some shipping databases. Social media is gold for family details. Jennifer really should make her Facebook more private." That's when I noticed the headlights in my mirrors, maybe a quarter-mile back, maintaining perfect distance. Cars had been passing me all night, but this one just sat there, matching my speed exactly. When I nudged the accelerator up to 80, those headlights stayed put. When I eased back down to 70, same thing. The voice on the CB came through again. "That's right, we're right behind you. Wanted to make sure you knew you weren't alone out here." The headlights suddenly flashed 3 times. Long, short, long, and then went back to normal. My mind was racing through options. Call 911, take the next exit, pull into a rest stop where there'd be other people. But truckers know that calling cops about someone following you on the interstate rarely gets immediate response, especially when you can't prove any actual crime. And stopping seemed like exactly what this person wanted me to do. The next 40 miles were the longest of my entire driving career. That car stayed behind me like it was attached by an invisible rope, never varying its distance by more than a few yards. The CB voice would pipe up every few minutes with these observations. "Nice lane change, very smooth. Oh, you're running low on fuel, probably need to stop in the next 50 miles or so. There's that love station at exit 88, but the pilot at exit 95 has better diesel prices, doesn't it?" And the worst part was, everything they said was accurate. My fuel gauge was sitting just above a quarter tank, and I did usually prefer that pilot station. They'd done their homework, probably tracked my fuel card purchases, knew my patterns better than I'd realized I even had patterns. The headlights would flash in these weird sequences, sometimes quick bursts, sometimes long holds, like some kind of code I couldn't understand. I decided to test something. There was a way station coming up at mile marker 201 that I knew would be closed this time of night, but it had good lighting and security cameras. I put on my turn signal way early, watching those headlights behind me. Sure enough, they mimicked my signal, clicking on at the exact same moment. But as I started to merge into the exit lane, the CB crackled. "Nice try, Garrett, but we both know that station's been closed since midnight. Cameras don't even record anymore. Budget cuts last January. Keep driving." I jerked the wheel back into my lane, heart pounding so hard I could hear it over the engine noise. They knew about the cameras being shut off. That wasn't public information. I'd only known because a state trooper mentioned it during a random inspection last month. This person had done serious research, or worse, they had connections to people who would know these things. My phone started buzzing with texts, and at first I thought maybe Jennifer had woken up. But when I glanced at the screen, the messages were from an unknown number. Just coordinates, latitude and longitude numbers, one after another. I recognized the format from my GPS training, and when I mentally calculated the first set, I realized it was marking my exact position on the highway at that moment. The second set was about 5 miles ahead. The third, 10 miles. They were plotting my route, showing me they knew exactly where I was going. The voice on the CB had gone quiet, but somehow that was worse than the talking. All I had now was the steady hum of those headlights in my mirror, and the occasional buzz of another coordinate text. My fuel gauge kept dropping, and I knew I'd have to stop soon whether I wanted to or not. The pilot station sign glowed in the distance, and I had maybe 15 miles worth of diesel left, 20 if I pushed it. My mind was working through scenarios: pull in fast, fuel up with the engine running, ready to bolt. But truckers know you can't just tear out of a fuel station with a big rig. It takes time to maneuver, time to build speed. The headlights behind me started flashing again, rapidly this time, almost celebratory, like they knew decision time was coming. Then the CB voice returned, but different now, excited. "Exit 95 coming up, Garrett. Pump number 7 is your favorite, isn't it? Far end, good turning radius for that freightliner. We'll be right there with you." I realized then that they'd been pushing me toward this moment all along, wearing me down psychologically, making me paranoid and exhausted so I'd be off my game when I finally had to stop. But I noticed something they might not have counted on. A Walmart distribution center rig had been slowly gaining on us for the last 10 miles, and there were 2 more trucks visible in the distance behind him. Instead of taking exit 95, I grabbed my phone and called my dispatcher on speaker, loud enough that it might pick up on the CB if they were somehow monitoring my cab. "Hey, Brad. Yeah, I'm at mile 290, running low on fuel, going to stop at the pilot exit 95, but I've got a vehicle that's been pacing me for about 60 miles, acting suspicious. White sedan, can't make out the plates. I'm documenting everything for insurance and duty." Brad's gravelly voice filled the cab, concerned and alert. "You need me to call State Patrol?" I watched those headlights suddenly fall back, dropping speed rapidly. "Stand by, Brad," I said, keeping my voice steady. "Vehicle is now decreasing speed, falling back. But yeah, give State Patrol a heads up, I'm pulling into the pilot in about 2 minutes." The CB stayed silent. The headlights kept falling back until they were just distant dots, then suddenly took an exit before the pilot, disappearing into the darkness of some side road. I pulled into the pilot with my whole body tense, scanning every vehicle in the lot, every shadow between the parked trucks. Brad had called back saying State Patrol would swing by within 20 minutes, and 2 other drivers from my company were about 30 miles behind me if I needed backup. I fueled up at pump 5, not 7, with my doors locked and engine running, against all safety protocols, but I didn't care. The whole time I kept watching for that white sedan, for anyone approaching my rig, for any face that seemed too interested in what I was doing. The other truckers around me were just doing their normal routines, checking tires, grabbing coffee, stretching their legs, completely unaware that I'd just spent the last 2 hours being stalked by someone who knew more about my life than some of my relatives do. When the state trooper showed up, a young guy named Officer Pearson, I showed him the GPS coordinates texts, told him about the CB conversations, described the car's behavior. He took it all seriously, said they'd had similar reports recently, possibly someone targeting truckers for cargo theft or worse. I finished my run to Kansas City, but I was checking mirrors the whole way, jumping every time someone called out on the CB. Filed reports with my company, the DOT, even the FBI's Highway Serial Crimes Division. Yeah, that's a real thing. They never found the white sedan or figured out who was behind it. Changed my route schedule, got a new CB handle, made Jennifer lock down all our social media. The investigators said it was probably someone with insider knowledge of the trucking industry, possibly working with crime rings that target specific high-value loads. These days I run team drives mostly, never alone on those night runs anymore. But sometimes I still hear about other drivers experiencing the same thing. Someone who knows too much, coordinates that predict their route, headlights that follow just a little too perfectly. The truth is, every time I pass exit 95 on I-80, even in broad daylight with my co-driver snoring in the sleeper berth, I still get that tight feeling in my chest, still check my mirrors a little more carefully, still wonder if those headlights behind me are just another trucker trying to make their delivery on time, or if it's happening all over again. February of 2023 was brutal for truckers in the Midwest, and I'd been hauling refrigerated goods for about 6 years by then. Most people think long-haul trucking is just endless highway and bad coffee, but after you've logged enough miles, you develop a sixth sense for when things aren't right. I was running a load of frozen seafood from Boston to San Francisco, pushing through Nebraska on I-80 when the weather turned nasty. The forecast had called for light snow, but what rolled in that night was a full-blown whiteout that had me gripping the wheel hard enough to leave marks. I'd already passed Grand Island when visibility dropped to maybe 20 feet, and the smart move would have been to pull off at the next rest stop. But the load was time-sensitive, and dispatch was breathing down my neck about delivery windows. Plus, I'd driven through worse storms before, or at least that's what I kept telling myself as the wind started pushing my trailer sideways. Around 2 a.m., somewhere between Kearney and North Platte, I noticed headlights in my mirrors, 4 sets, maybe 5, maintaining a tight formation behind me. At first I figured it was just other drivers using my taillights as a guide through the storm, which happens all the time in bad weather. But something about their spacing was too perfect, too synchronized. They weren't riding my bumper exactly, but they were close enough that I could make out the outline of their rigs through the snow whenever the wind let up for a second. What really got my attention was how dark they were running. No marker lights, no company logos lit up, nothing but their headlights cutting through the storm. I tried reaching out on Channel 19, the standard trucker frequency, asking if anyone needed help or wanted to form a proper convoy to get through the weather safely. Dead silence. Not even static, just nothing. Like my CB had suddenly stopped working. I switched through several channels, even tried the emergency frequency but got the same result. Complete radio silence from the trucks behind me. The weird thing was, I could still pick up chatter from other drivers ahead of me, complaining about the conditions and warning about black ice near the next exit. So my radio was working fine, which meant these guys behind me were deliberately staying quiet. I tried speeding up gradually, pushing from 45 to about 55, which was already risky given the conditions. They matched my speed perfectly, maintaining that same eerie formation. When I eased off the throttle, they slowed down too, keeping that exact distance like they were attached to my rig by invisible cables. My fuel gauge was sitting at about a quarter tank, and I knew I'd need to stop soon at the Flying J about 40 miles ahead. But the thought of pulling off with these silent shadows behind me made my chest tight. The snow was coming down harder now, and I could barely see the road markers that usually guide you through these plains. That's when I noticed something else that made my gut twist. The trucks behind me were all identical. Same model, same color from what I could tell. Probably Freightliner Cascadius in that generic white that rental companies use. No company names visible on the doors. No DOT numbers that I could make out, nothing identifying at all. I'd been driving long enough to know that even independent owner-operators usually have some kind of marking on their trucks. These were ghosts, plain and simple, and they were hunting in a pack. I reached for my phone to call my dispatcher, maybe get some advice or at least let someone know what was happening, but I had no signal. Not unusual out here in the middle of nowhere, especially during a storm, but the timing felt too convenient. Then they started getting creative with their positioning. 2 of them pulled up alongside me, 1 on each side, while the others stayed behind. They were boxing me in, a classic aggressive driving move that usually means someone wants you to pull over. But out here, in the middle of a blizzard at 2:30 in the morning, with no legitimate reason for anyone to want me to stop, every alarm bell in my head was going off. I knew about the stories every trucker does. Cargo theft rings that operate on isolated stretches of highway, using multiple vehicles to force drivers off the road. They go after high-value loads, electronics mostly. But seafood can fetch good money too if you know where to fence it. The trucks beside me were matching my speed exactly, close enough that I could see the drivers were wearing baseball caps pulled low. No faces visible in the darkness of their cabs. They weren't trying to pass, weren't falling back, just maintaining that threatening presence. I made a decision that probably saved my cargo and maybe more than that. Instead of trying to outrun them or pulling over like they wanted, I started gradually reducing speed, down to about 35 mph. The truck on my left had to choose between slowing down to or passing me, and after a tense few seconds, he accelerated and moved ahead. That's when I yanked the wheel hard to the left and dove into the median crossover meant for emergency vehicles, the kind they use to turn around when they need to head back the other direction. My trailer fishtailed something awful in the snow, and for a heart-stopping moment I thought I was going to jackknife. But years of winter driving kicked in, and I managed to keep it together, bouncing through the rough terrain of the median. The convoy couldn't follow immediately. Those crossovers are barely wide enough for one truck, and they'd been caught off guard by my sudden move. Now I was heading eastbound on the westbound lanes, technically going the wrong way, but with virtually no traffic due to the storm. I could see their headlights in my mirrors starting to swing around, probably taking the next official exit to double back. But I'd bought myself some time. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it over the engine noise, and I knew I had maybe 5 minutes before they'd reorganize and come after me. I pushed through about 2 miles going the wrong direction, hazard lights flashing, praying I wouldn't meet anyone coming through the storm, then took another emergency crossover to get back on the eastbound side. The whole maneuver had put maybe 3 miles between me and them, but in a semi loaded with 40,000 pounds of frozen seafood, that wasn't much of a head start. I grabbed my phone again, finally had 1 bar of signal, and managed to get through to 911. The dispatcher sounded skeptical at first. Truckers getting paranoid in storms isn't uncommon. But when I gave her the mile marker and described 5 identical unmarked trucks running in formation with no lights, her tone changed. She told me there'd been 3 reported hijackings in the last 2 months using the exact same method, always during bad weather when visibility was low and traffic was light. The State Patrol was already looking for this crew, but they kept hitting different stretches of I-80, never the same spot twice. She dispatched units immediately, but warned me they were at least 20 minutes out due to the weather. 20 minutes feels like a lifetime when you're being hunted. I kept checking my mirrors obsessively, waiting for those headlights to reappear, knowing they were probably closing the gap. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later I spotted them again, coming up fast. But this time I wasn't alone on the road. A Schneider truck had appeared ahead of me, and a swift driver was coming up behind. Both legitimate truckers I could hear chatting on the CB about the weather. I immediately got on the radio, breaking into their conversation with a warning about the convoy. The Schneider driver, an older guy named Bill from his voice, said he'd noticed them too, lurking at the last rest area with their engines running but no drivers visible in the cabs. The swift driver chimed in that he'd heard from another trucker about weird activity around this stretch lately. We decided to stick together, forming our own defensive convoy with me in the middle. The Phantom trucks fell back when they saw we'd grouped up, probably realizing their intimidation tactic wouldn't work against 3 of us. But they didn't disappear. They maintained a distance of about a 1/4 mile, just far enough to be legal, but close enough to keep pressure on. Bill suggested we all take the next exit together, stick close through the off-ramp, and find somewhere public to wait for the State Patrol. The exit was for some small farm town, Elm Creek, I think, and there was a 24-hour gas station visible from the highway. As we signaled for the exit, the Phantom convoy suddenly accelerated, and for a terrifying moment, I thought they were going to ram us. Instead, they blew past at probably 70 mph, dangerous as hell in those conditions, and continued west on I-80. We still took the exit, pulled into that gas station, and parked our rigs side by side under the bright canopy lights. The place had security cameras everywhere, and the night clerk, a young kid who looked fresh out of high school, came out to see why 3 semis had suddenly crowded his lot. The state patrol showed up about 15 minutes later, took our statements, and said they'd put out an alert for 5 white Freightliner Cascadias running together. The officer, a veteran trooper with gray at his temples, told us we'd done everything right. He'd seen what happens when drivers try to tough it out alone against these crews: damaged trucks, stolen cargo, and sometimes worse. We stayed at that gas station for about 2 hours, waiting for the weather to improve and drinking terrible coffee while swapping stories. Bill mentioned he'd been driving for 30 years and had never seen anything quite like this. The coordination, the patience, the way they used the storm as cover. The Swift driver, a younger guy who went by Tony, kept checking the parking lot nervously, convinced they might circle back. The trooper stayed with us for a while, making calls to other units, trying to track where the convoy had gone. Around 5 a.m. he got word that they'd been spotted taking an exit about 60 miles west, disappearing into an industrial area where they probably had a warehouse or some place to strip stolen goods. By then, the snow had let up enough that we felt safe getting back on the road. Bill and Tony decided to convoy with me all the way to North Platte, where I needed to fuel up. We exchanged numbers, promised to keep in touch, and I made it to San Francisco 2 days later without any more incidents. The company never found those trucks or the crew running them, at least not that I heard about. But word spread quickly through the trucker network. CB chatter, truck stop conversations, online forums where drivers share warnings. Everyone started being more careful during storms on that stretch of I-80, especially anyone hauling valuable cargo. I changed my route after that, taking I-70 through Kansas even though it adds miles, and I never drive alone through Nebraska anymore during bad weather. Some might call me paranoid, but they didn't see those 5 sets of headlights maintaining perfect formation in a blizzard. Didn't feel that calculated menace of being hunted on an empty highway. I still haul freight, still love the freedom of the open road, but now I know there are predators out there using our own tactics against us. The Phantom Convoy taught me that sometimes the most dangerous things on the highway aren't the ice or the wind or the mechanical failures we all worry about. Sometimes it's the other drivers who see you not as a fellow trucker trying to make a living, but as prey. I've been driving trucks for about 15 years now, mostly hauling refrigerated goods up and down the East Coast. The pay's decent, and I actually enjoy the solitude most nights. Just me and the radio and miles of asphalt stretching ahead. It was a Wednesday in March when everything went sideways, literally. I was hauling frozen seafood from a distributor in Maryland heading down to Georgia, running a bit behind schedule because of some loading dock delays earlier that morning. My wife Lisa had called me around dinner time, reminding me about our daughter's soccer game that weekend, and I promised I'd make it back in time. I remember hanging up and thinking how lucky I was to have such a normal, peaceful life compared to some of the guys I knew who'd been through divorces or worse. The stretch of road I was on that night was one of those forgotten highways that GPS rarely suggests anymore, but old-timers like me still use to shave off time. Route 301 through rural Virginia, if you know it. Nothing but pine trees and the occasional deer for company. Around 11 p.m., maybe closer to midnight, I came around a bend and saw something that made me ease off the accelerator immediately. About a quarter mile ahead there was a sedan. Looked like a Camry or maybe an Accord, hard to tell in the dark, parked completely sideways across both lanes, hazard lights blinking that rhythmic amber warning. My first thought was accident. Maybe someone had spun out or blown a tire. You see enough weird stuff on the road at night, and usually it's just someone who needs help. But something about the positioning seemed too perfect, too deliberate, like someone had carefully maneuvered that car to block as much of the road as possible. I downshifted and started slowing the rig. 18 wheels don't exactly stop on a dime when you're loaded with 30,000 pounds of frozen shrimp and crab. The shoulder on both sides was basically non-existent here. just drainage ditches and thick pine forest pressing right up against the asphalt. As I got closer, maybe 100 yards out now, I flicked on my high beams to get a better look at the situation. The car's interior light was on, driver's door hanging open, but I couldn't see anyone inside or around the vehicle. That detail stuck with me, the dome light casting this pale glow onto the empty driver's seat, like someone had just stepped out seconds ago. I reached for my CB radio thinking maybe I should call out to see if any other truckers were nearby, but static filled the channel. Not unusual for this stretch, but the timing made the hair on my neck prickle. By now I was down to about 20 miles per hour, close enough to see the car was a silver Toyota, relatively new, no visible damage that would explain why it was blocking the road. That's when movement in my peripheral vision caught my attention. At first I thought it was just shadows from my headlights sweeping across the tree line, but then I saw them clearly. 3 figures stepping out from the woods on my right side, moving with purpose toward my truck. They were wearing these cheap plastic masks, the kind you'd buy at a dollar store for Halloween. Except these were all the same. Blank white faces with cutout eyes and mouths. The way they moved wasn't panicked or desperate like someone needing help would move. It was coordinated, calculated, like they'd done this before. 2 more emerged from the left side, and I realized with absolute clarity that this wasn't an accident scene at all. My foot found the accelerator before my brain fully processed what to do. Years of driving had taught me that sometimes your instincts know better than your conscious mind. And right then, every instinct was screaming at me to get out of there. The engine roared as I shifted up, diesel smoke probably billowing black behind me. The masked figures started running toward the truck, and I saw one of them holding something in his hand. Might have been a crowbar, might have been something worse. The gap between my truck and the sideways Toyota was narrowing fast, and I had maybe 2 seconds to decide whether to try squeezing through the narrow space between the car's front bumper and the ditch, or just ram straight through. The guy closest to my driver's side was reaching for the door handle, and I could hear him shouting something to the others, his voice muffled by the mask but urgent, angry that I wasn't stopping like they'd planned. I aimed for the Toyota's rear end and floored it. The impact wasn't as bad as I expected. The car spun away like a toy, metal screeching and glass exploding as my truck's massive front end connected. The momentum carried the sedan into the right side ditch with a horrible crunching sound. In my side mirror, illuminated by my taillights, I saw 2 of the masked men diving out of the way, one of them tumbling into the drainage ditch. But what really made my chest tighten was seeing more figures emerging from the woods further back, maybe 7 or 8 total, all wearing those same white masks. They'd been waiting deeper in the trees, probably expecting me to stop completely, and then surrounding the cab. One of them threw something at my truck. Heard it clang off the trailer. I kept the pedal down, watching the speedometer climb past 60, 70, my whole rig shaking from the impact damage but still running strong. For the next 5 miles, I didn't slow down once, constantly checking my mirrors for headlights. My heart was hammering so hard I could hear it over the engine noise. The adrenaline was making everything hyper clear. Every shadow on the road looked like another ambush. Every glint of light in the trees seemed like eyes watching. I tried the CB radio again, and this time got through to another trucker about 10 miles ahead. Told him to watch out for a group trying to block the road, and he said he'd already heard chatter about something going down on 301. Apparently, I wasn't the first one they'd tried this on tonight. Another driver, guy hauling paper products, had reported a similar setup about an hour earlier, 20 miles north. He'd managed to reverse out before they closed in, took some back roads to get around. The trucker on the radio said state police were supposedly on their way, but out here in the middle of nowhere, that could mean 30-40 minutes. I pulled into a well-lit gas station about 15 miles from where it happened, one of those big travel stops with multiple cameras and plenty of people around. My legs were shaking when I climbed down from the cab to inspect the damage. The front bumper was dented and scraped, paint from the Toyota streaked across it like silver scars. There was a deep gouge along the passenger side, where something had scraped the length of the trailer, probably when I'd clipped the car. While I was looking at it, another trucker walked over, older guy with a gray beard and a Vietnam vet cap. He took one look at the damage and asked if I'd run into them too. Turns out he'd heard about 3 similar attempts in the past month, always on quiet stretches of secondary highways. Always the same setup with the car blocking the road and masked men waiting in the woods. He said they were targeting refrigerated trucks specifically, probably looking for high-value loads they could move quickly. The police showed up at the gas station about 45 minutes later, 2 state troopers who looked tired but took my statement seriously. They had me walk them through everything. The position of the car, how many masked men I saw, what they were wearing, the timing of it all. One of the troopers, younger guy with a military-style haircut, told me they'd found the Toyota abandoned about 2 miles from where I'd hit it, stripped of its plates and VIN numbers filed off. No sign of the masked men, but they'd found tire tracks from at least 3 other vehicles hidden in an old logging road nearby. The older trooper mentioned they suspected it was an organized crew, possibly the same group that had been hitting truckers across 3 states. They'd gotten bold lately, escalating from simple theft attempts at truck stops to these elaborate highway ambushes. What really got to me was when he said I was lucky. Another driver in Georgia hadn't been as fortunate the previous week, ended up in the hospital with a cracked skull when they dragged him from his cab. I called Lisa from the gas station parking lot. Didn't tell her everything, just said I'd had a close call with some bad weather and was running late. No point in making her worry about something that was already over. But I couldn't stop thinking about those masks, the way they all looked identical, like they'd bought them in bulk. There was something especially unnerving about the coordination of it all. The perfectly positioned car, the staged interior light, the groups hidden at different depths in the forest. These weren't desperate people making impulsive decisions. This was planned, rehearsed, professional. The older trucker, Eddie was his name, stayed with me until I was ready to get back on the road. He gave me his number, said there was an informal network of drivers keeping each other updated about dangerous stretches and suspicious activity. Said the companies wouldn't do anything about it until someone important got hurt, so we had to look out for each other. I finished that run to Georgia, but I took the interstate the whole way, even though it added 3 hours to my trip. Every time I saw a car on the shoulder with its hazards on, my grip tightened on the wheel. Made it to the delivery on time somehow, unloaded the seafood, and started my route back home. The company never said much about the damage to the truck, just had me fill out an incident report and told me to be more careful. But Eddie's network turned out to be real. I started getting text messages from other drivers, warnings about suspicious vehicles, alternate route suggestions, even photos of cars that had been spotted multiple times near ambush sites. 2 weeks after my encounter, they caught part of the crew. 5 men arrested during an attempted hijacking in North Carolina, found with those same white masks in their van along with crowbars, zip ties, and a signal jammer that explained why the CB radio had gone to static. They were part of a larger ring targeting refrigerated trucks carrying pharmaceuticals, seafood, and electronics, anything that could be moved quickly on the black market. I still drive that stretch of 301 sometimes, when the schedule demands it, but now I do it during daylight hours whenever possible, and I always slow down at that particular bend, even though the road is clear. There's a small scar in the asphalt where I clipped the Toyota, or maybe I'm just imagining it. Either way, it serves as a reminder. I made it home from my daughter's soccer game that weekend, watched her score 2 goals, and held Lisa's hand a little tighter than usual. Never told her the full story, but I did install a better dash cam system and started carrying a legal backup defense tool in the cab. The truth is, those men in masks are still out there. Not that specific crew maybe, but others just like them. Eddie texts me sometimes with updates and the network keeps growing. We share information, watch each other's backs, and always trust our instincts when something doesn't look right. Because out there on those lonely highways at night, sometimes the only thing standing between you and disaster is your willingness to keep driving, no matter what's blocking your path. I had been driving long-haul routes for a few years, mostly carrying refrigerated loads across different states. At that point in my life, I was spending more time behind the wheel than anywhere else, but I didn't really mind. The steady hum of the engine and the endless stretches of road gave me a rhythm I could live with. That night, I was hauling produce, heading east after finishing a late drop-off. I remember it was a quiet night. Barely any traffic, just the occasional glow of a farmhouse light far in the distance. I had the radio on low, sipping coffee that was already going lukewarm, thinking about how many more hours I'd put in before stopping at a rest area. Around midnight, the sky was heavy with clouds, blotting out the stars, and the road stretched like a black ribbon with no end. That's when I noticed a set of lights in my mirror, red and blue, flashing faintly at first, then growing brighter. My first thought was routine. Maybe I'd missed a taillight going out, or they were doing random checks. I eased off the gas, keeping my truck steady, and pulled onto the shoulder. The road was so deserted that the only sound was the hiss of my brakes and the gravel crunching under the tires as I stopped. When I glanced in the mirror again, the vehicle behind me struck me as odd. It wasn't a cruiser, just a dark sedan with one of those dash-mounted light bars stuck up against the windshield. No decals, no markings, nothing. The driver's door opened and a man stepped out wearing dark clothing. He had a cap pulled low and a bulky jacket zipped to the chin. No reflective vest, no badge catching the light. Nothing I'd expect from a trooper pulling someone over on a rural highway. My pulse quickened, and I tightened my grip on the steering wheel. He walked right up to my door without hesitation, moving with a sort of casual confidence like he'd done this 100 times. When he reached the cab, he tilted his head and rapped on the door with his knuckles. His voice came muffled through the glass. "Step out of the vehicle." It wasn't a request, it was firm, almost rehearsed. That was the moment something in me shifted. Every instinct told me this wasn't right. Real officers usually start by asking for paperwork, explaining the stop. This man gave nothing, just a command that didn't feel safe. I kept my foot close to the pedal, trying not to let him see the tension building in my face. I leaned slightly, pretending to reach for something in the passenger seat while sneaking another glance at him. His jacket looked oversized, like it was meant to conceal more than just his frame. The way he positioned himself close to the cab, shoulders squared, made it clear he wanted to control the interaction. He repeated the same words, a little sharper this time. "Step out of the truck now." My mouth went dry. Every warning I'd ever heard about imposters on the road came rushing back all at once. Instead of rolling the window down, I spoke through the glass. I asked him to show me his badge or some identification. His reaction was immediate. Irritation flickered across his face. He shifted his weight and pressed one hand against the side of my door, leaning in closer, almost trying to peer inside. "Don't make this difficult," he muttered, his tone dropping into something harder, more threatening. My gut told me loud and clear, if I opened that door, I wasn't walking away from this safely. I flicked my eyes toward the mirror, checking the road behind us. Still no traffic, no backup lights approaching. Just the two of us stranded in that pool of my taillights and his fake siren glow. I thumbed the lock button again just to hear the reassuring click, my other hand already sliding the gear into place. He must have noticed because his voice rose, sharper now, cutting through the night. "Open the door. Now." He wasn't trying to sound like a cop anymore. It came out like a demand, almost desperate. That was the breaking point for me. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, the roar of the engine tearing through the silence as the truck lurched forward. Gravel shot out from under my tires, and in the mirror I caught a glimpse of him stumbling back, his outline shrinking in the red glow. The sedan's light swerved as he scrambled toward it, but I was already pushing the rig back onto the highway. My heart pounded in my ears as I focused on nothing but speed, the white lines blurring into streaks under the beams of my headlights. I kept driving, barely daring to check my mirrors, half expecting those flashing lights to reappear at any second. The road felt endless, every mile stretching longer than the last. My grip on the wheel was tight, my eyes scanning for any sign of life, another truck, a gas station, anything. It took a good 10 minutes before I spotted headlights coming from the opposite direction, and only then did the knot in my chest loosen slightly. Whoever that man was, He hadn't caught up. When I finally reached a truck stop about 30 miles down, I pulled in and parked under the brightest set of floodlights I could find. The lot was dotted with rigs, and just seeing other drivers moving around gave me a rush of relief. I went inside, grabbed a coffee, and tried to steady myself. The clerk behind the counter asked if I was all right because apparently I looked pale as hell. I told him what had just happened, and his expression darkened instantly. He said he'd heard of similar stories, people pretending to be cops on isolated highways, targeting drivers when they were most vulnerable. I called the state police from the payphone in the corner, not wanting to take any chances with my cell signal cutting out. They asked for every detail, the car, the man, the stretch of road. The officer on the line didn't sound surprised. He just told me I'd done the right thing by not stepping out, and that they'd send a patrol to sweep the area. That answer stuck with me because it meant they knew this wasn't the first time. To this day, I still replay that moment when he stood outside my cab, insisting I get out. If I had opened that door, I don't know what would have happened, and honestly, I don't want to know. All I can say is that after that night, I never trusted flashing lights on a lonely road without double-checking. I still drive, but I keep my doors locked, my instincts sharp, and my eyes wide open. Maybe I was lucky, maybe stubborn, but I got away, and that's the only reason I'm here to share this with you now. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. The windshield wipers barely kept up with the rain that Thursday night in March, and my GPS showed another 40 miles to Indianapolis. Every muscle in my body ached from 12 straight hours behind the wheel, pushing through construction zones and detours that turned a simple drive into an endurance test. At 32, I'd gotten used to life as a pharmaceutical sales rep, bouncing between medical clinics across 3 states. But that didn't make the endless highways any easier. The roadside inn appeared through the downpour like a refuge. 2 stories of faded blue doors wrapped around a pothole-filled parking lot, the kind of place where truckers and traveling salespeople like me went to disappear for 8 hours before hitting the road again. The neon sign out front had maybe 4 working letters, casting this sickly yellow glow over the puddles, and I remember thinking that even this dump would feel like paradise after the day I'd had. The lobby smelled like mildew and whatever pine-scented chemical they used to mask it. Behind the desk sat this rail-thin kid, maybe 20, with gauged ears and a face full of acne scars, scrolling through his phone with the dedication of someone who'd perfected the art of ignoring customers. He slid a key card across the counter without making eye contact. Room 214, 2nd floor, end of the hallway. Dragging my suitcase up those concrete stairs felt like climbing a mountain, each step echoing off the walls in that hollow, empty way that makes you realize nobody builds these places to last. Room 214 sat wedged between a vending machine that rattled like it was trying to escape and what looked like a maintenance closet with a water-stained "Do Not Enter" sign hanging by one piece of tape. The second I opened my door, I heard them. Voices from room 216, already raised in anger. The woman's cigarette-rough voice cut through the wall like a rusty knife, while the man's words stumbled over each other, thick with alcohol and rage. I tried to ignore them at first, focusing on peeling off my rain-soaked jacket and kicking off shoes that squelched with every step. The room was exactly what you'd expect for $59 a night. A queen bed with a comforter that had mysterious stains despite being supposedly clean, a tube TV from the 90s bolted to the dresser, and carpet that had probably been beige once but now existed in some indefinable color, between brown and gray. The arguing next door escalated while I unpacked my overnight bag, their words becoming clearer through the paper-thin walls. She kept screaming about some woman named Vanessa, accusing him of meeting her at the truck stop, while he roared back that she was paranoid and crazy. Then came the crash, something heavy hitting their wall so hard that my mirror rattled. A door slammed, and suddenly their fight spilled into the hallway, her shrieking echoing off every surface while his boots stomped back and forth on that industrial carpet. Through the peephole, I watched them in that fishbowl distortion. She was maybe 45, wearing a faded Harley-Davidson tank top that exposed arms covered in blurry tattoos, her bleached hair hanging in greasy strands around a face twisted with fury. He towered over her, this massive guy in a flannel shirt with the sleeves torn off, revealing thick arms that he kept clenching and unclenching while he swayed on his feet. She shoved him hard enough that he stumbled backward into the wall opposite their door, and that's when he noticed me watching. Not directly, but he must have sensed movement at my peephole because his bloodshot eyes snapped toward my door. I jerked back, heart hammering, and heard him say something to her about that bitch in 214 before she grabbed his arm and yanked him back toward their room. For maybe 10 minutes after their door slammed shut, I sat on the edge of my bed still fully dressed, debating whether to call down to the front desk or just try to sleep through whatever drama was unfolding next door. The relative quiet didn't last long. Around 11:30, just as I'd finally changed into pajamas and was trying to find something watchable on the ancient TV, the pounding started on my door. Not knocking, pounding, like someone trying to break through with their fist. "I know you called them," the man's voice boomed from the other side, each word soaked in bourbon or whiskey or whatever poison he'd been drinking. "Open this door right now. You got no business calling nobody about me and mine." My whole body went rigid as I sat there in my oversized t-shirt and shorts, remote control clutched in my hand like some useless weapon. He kept hammering on the door, and I could see it actually flexing inward with each blow, that cheap hollow wood bending under his assault. The chain lock and deadbolt suddenly seemed laughably inadequate. "I saw you watching through your little hole, you nosy bitch. Think you're better than us? Think you can just call whoever you want?" The irony was that I hadn't called anyone, hadn't even picked up the phone, but there was no way I was going to open that door to explain. His girlfriend joined him in the hallway, and I could hear her trying to pull him away, but her voice had changed from angry to something else, almost gleeful. "Bobby, come on, leave her alone," she said, but then added louder, definitely meant for me to hear. "We'll deal with this different. I got cousins 20 minutes from here. My cousin Ricky just got out, and he owes me a favor. We'll handle this the right way." Bobby, at least now I had a name for the mountain of rage outside my door, gave one final slam that made the doorframe crack audibly before letting her lead him away. Through the peephole, I watched them stumble back to 216, her whispering in his ear while shooting glances back at my door. The way she smiled while doing it made my intestines twist into knots. I immediately called the front desk, my voice shaking as I told the kid what happened. He sounded bored, maybe even annoyed, but said he'd send security up. Security turned out to be a 60-year-old man in an ill-fitting uniform who looked like he couldn't secure a sandwich, let alone handle Bobby. The security guard, whose name tag read Earl in faded letters, knocked on their door twice before Bobby yanked it open. Even from my cracked door where I watched, I could see Earl take an involuntary step backward. Bobby stood there in nothing but boxers and work boots, his hairy gut hanging over the waistband, still swaying like a tree in a storm. "Sir, we've had a complaint about noise and threatening behavior," Earl said, his voice cracking like a teenager's. Bobby laughed, this deep, ugly sound that seemed to come from somewhere dark inside him. "Complaint? That lying bitch next door called you? She's been listening to us all night, probably getting off on it." Earl tried to maintain some authority, his hand hovering near the radio on his belt, but we all knew that radio was his only real power. The girlfriend appeared behind Bobby, now wearing a ratty bathrobe that barely covered her, and she started her performance. Tears, apologies, promises they'd keep it down. She was good at it too, switching from threatening to pathetic in seconds, explaining how they'd just gotten bad news about Bobby's father and emotions were running high. Earl bought it completely. Or maybe he just wanted an excuse to leave. He gave them what he probably thought was a stern warning, threw a glance at my door that seemed to say, "Stop causing trouble," and shuffled back toward the stairs. The second Earl disappeared, Bobby turned to my door and made a throat-cutting gesture with his thick finger, mouthing words I couldn't hear, but definitely understood. They went back into their room, but now I could hear them talking, not yelling, which was somehow worse. The girlfriend's raspy voice carried through the wall. "I'm texting Ricky right now. Him and Tommy can be here in 20 minutes. That bitch wants to play games, we'll show her games." My phone battery was at 12%, and the charger was in my car. I threw on my jeans and jacket over my pajama shirt, shoved my wallet and keys in my pocket, and started packing everything else frantically into my suitcase. Every sound from next door made me pause. Footsteps, low voices, and then what sounded like furniture being moved around. At 12:47 a.m., I know the exact time because I kept checking my dying phone, I heard car doors slamming in the parking lot below. Through my window, which faced the front, I saw a beaten-up Chevrolet Silverado with those ridiculous raised wheels parked crooked across two spaces. Two men got out, and even from the second floor I could tell they were trouble. The driver was skinny but tall, wearing a white tank top despite the cold, with arms covered in what looked like prison tattoos. The passenger was shorter but built like a refrigerator, bald head gleaming under the parking lot lights. They didn't walk toward the lobby. They headed straight for the exterior stairs, like they knew exactly where they were going. That's when I knew I had to leave immediately. I grabbed my suitcase and purse, not even bothering to zip anything properly, and crept to my door. Through the peephole, I could see the hallway was empty, but I could hear new voices in room 216, male voices that hadn't been there before. They were laughing about something, and then I heard Bobby say my room number clear as day. The stairwell at the opposite end of the hallway, the one near the broken ice machine, was my only option since Ricky and Tommy had come up the stairs near room 216. I slipped out of my room as quietly as possible, not even letting the door click shut behind me, and practically ran down that hallway in my socks, dragging my suitcase with the wheels up so they wouldn't make noise. Behind me, I heard their door open just as I reached the stairwell. "Where'd that bitch go?" Bobby's drunk voice echoed down the hallway. My car was parked on the opposite side of the building from their truck, a small Mercy. I threw my suitcase in the back seat and started the engine with shaking fingers, not even putting on my seatbelt before throwing it in reverse. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I saw them in my rearview mirror. 4 figures standing in the second-floor hallway outside my room, Bobby's massive frame unmistakable even from a distance. The girlfriend was pointing at my car, and I saw the 2 new guys start running toward the stairs. I floored it out of that parking lot, my little Ford Focus screaming as I pushed it harder than I ever had before. The rain had stopped, but the roads were still slick, and I took the on-ramp to I-70 at probably twice the safe speed, my car fishtailing slightly before finding grip. For the first 5 miles, I kept checking my mirrors obsessively, convinced I'd see that jacked-up Silverado's headlights bearing down on me any second. Every pair of high beams made my chest tighten until they passed or turned off. I didn't slow down until I'd put at least 15 miles between me and that hellhole of a hotel. My phone finally died completely somewhere around the 10-mile mark, leaving me with no GPS and no way to call for help if they somehow caught up. But I knew there was a 24-hour truck stop about 30 miles ahead. I'd stopped there for coffee on my way through before. I made it there in under 20 minutes, probably collecting several speeding tickets from traffic cameras I was too panicked to care about. The truck stop was lit up like a football stadium, full of semis and a few other cars. Blessed normalcy after the nightmare I'd just escaped. I parked right in front of the main entrance, under the brightest lights I could find, and sat there for probably 10 minutes just breathing and watching for that Silverado. When I finally went inside, the night manager, this older black woman with kind eyes behind thick glasses, took one look at my face and asked if I needed her to call someone. I borrowed her phone charger and called the police from the truck stop, filing a report about the threats and harassment. They said without physical harm or property damage, there wasn't much they could do except maybe send someone to check on the hotel. I spent the rest of the night in that truck stop, drinking terrible coffee and jumping every time someone new walked in. Around 6 a.m., when the sun finally came up and the normal morning crowd started filing in, I felt safe enough to continue my drive. I never went back to that hotel chain again, and for months afterward, I paid extra for better hotels with actual security and proper doors. Sometimes I still wonder what would have happened if I hadn't seen that truck pull up, if I'd waited even 5 more minutes to leave. I'd been manning the front desk at the Starlight Motor Lodge for about 6 months when it happened. 22 years old, drowning in student loan debt from a community college degree that wasn't getting me anywhere. I needed whatever work I could find. The overnight shift paid an extra $3 an hour, and honestly, sitting alone in a quiet lobby from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. seemed like a decent deal. My manager Diane, this chain-smoking woman who always reeked of too much perfume, had made it sound simple enough when she hired me. "Keep the coffee fresh, stay awake, maybe check in a trucker or two," she'd said, already lighting up a cigarette as she walked me through the basics. The motel sat 40 miles outside Denver, right off a stretch of highway that got pretty desolate after dark. Most nights were mind-numbingly boring, exactly what I'd signed up for. I could study for my IT certifications, watch Netflix on my laptop, basically get paid to sit there. Until that Friday night in early November when a man showed up who made me realize just how vulnerable I really was. That particular night had started with an unexpected cold snap, the kind that makes you dig out your winter coat earlier than planned. Around 1 a.m. I was settled behind the reception desk, clicking through coding tutorials, while the building's ancient heating system coughed and sputtered overhead. The lobby wasn't much to look at. Wood paneling straight out of 1975, 2 leather chairs with splits down the middle that leaked yellow foam, and a coffee maker that turned everything into liquid tar. Through the wall of windows facing the parking lot, our flickering neon vacancy sign painted everything in waves of red light, making the empty spaces between parked cars look deeper than they actually were. We had maybe 8 rooms filled, a family with 2 kids who checked in around dinner, plus our usual handful of construction workers who rented by the week. The fluorescent tubes above me buzzed their constant electric hum, and I had one earbud in, half paying attention to a podcast about network protocols while keeping my other ear free for the bell that would chime if anyone pushed through the front door. Around 1:47 a.m., I remember the exact time because I'd just glanced at the computer clock. I noticed movement in the parking lot. At first, I figured it was just someone from one of the rooms heading to their car for something they'd forgotten. But the way this person moved caught my attention. He was walking between the parked cars in this weird, indirect path, like he was trying to stay in the shadows cast by our one working streetlight. Male, probably mid-30s, wearing a dark jacket despite the cold and jeans that looked wet at the bottom, like he'd been walking through the drainage ditch that ran behind the property. He kept stopping every few steps, turning his head slowly to scan the windows of the ground floor rooms. The way he moved reminded me of someone casing a place, checking for witnesses. I pulled out my earbud completely and minimized my laptop screen, suddenly very aware that I was the only employee here, that the nearest police station was 25 minutes away on a good day. The man disappeared from view for maybe 30 seconds, hidden by a pickup truck parked near the lobby entrance. When he emerged, he was closer, maybe 15 feet from the main doors. Under the harsh white light of our entrance area, I got my first real look at him. Thin face, patchy beard that looked like it hadn't been trimmed in weeks, and eyes that kept darting around like a cornered animal. His right hand was tucked inside his jacket, holding something close to his body, and that's when I saw it. The unmistakable outline of a pistol grip printing through the fabric. My mouth went completely dry. He wasn't here for a room. The way he kept that hand pressed against his side, the way he was studying the lobby through the glass like he was memorizing the layout, everything about his body language screamed wrong. I reached under the desk where Diane had shown me the emergency button that would alert the police, but my fingers were trembling so bad, I could barely feel the plastic casing. He started walking toward the entrance, and each step made my chest tighten like someone was slowly turning a vise. The automatic doors were turned off after midnight, another cost-cutting measure, so the only way in was to pull the handle. I watched him reach for it with his left hand, the right still buried in that jacket, still gripping whatever he had in there. The handle rattled as he tugged, and thank God, thank everything holy, I'd actually remembered to lock it at midnight like I was supposed to. His face changed when the door didn't budge, morphing from focused determination to this flash of pure rage that made my whole body go rigid. He yanked harder, making the glass shake in its frame, and that's when he looked directly at me. Not through me, not past me, at me, like he'd known I was there all along and had just been pretending not to notice. He pressed his face against the glass, leaving fog marks with his breath, and mouthed something I couldn't understand. Then he pulled the gun partially out of his jacket, just enough so I could see the black metal, and pointed at the door lock with his other hand. I knew exactly what he wanted, and every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, to get out through the back office, to put as much distance between me and that door as possible. But I couldn't move. It was like my legs had turned into concrete pillars, keeping me frozen behind that desk, while this man stood 3 inches of glass away from me with a weapon. He started pounding on the door with his free hand, hard enough that the impact echoed through the empty lobby. "Open up!" he shouted, his voice muffled but still clear enough to hear the desperation in it. "I know you're in there, just open the door." His breath was coming out in these big white clouds that spread across the glass, and I could see spit flying from his mouth as he yelled. Behind him, the parking lot was completely still. No headlights on the highway. No one stepping out for a smoke, just him and me and that door between us. My hand finally found the panic button and I pressed it, held it down for the required 3 seconds that would send a silent alarm to the police station. But 3 seconds feels like 3 hours when someone's trying to break down a door to get to you. The pounding got worse, and then he did something that made every hair on my arm stand straight up. He took 3 steps back, pulled the gun completely out of his jacket, and aimed it directly at the lock mechanism. I hit the floor behind the desk so fast I scraped both knees on the rough carpet, just as the first shot rang out. The sound was incredible, not like in movies where it's this controlled pop, but a crushing explosion that seemed to shake the entire building. Glass didn't shatter everywhere like I expected. Instead, there was just this perfect hole surrounded by a spider web of cracks right where the lock had been. I heard him pulling at the door again, cursing when it still wouldn't open. The deadbolt at the top was still engaged, the one I'd flipped out of habit even though Diane always said one lock was enough. From my position on the floor, I could see under the desk to where his feet were shuffling outside, kicking at the bottom of the door frame like he was trying to force it off its track. Then came the second shot, aimed higher, and this time a chunk of glass did fall, scattering across the lobby floor in pieces that caught the red neon light like broken rubies. I army crawled toward the back office, my phone in my pocket pressing hard against my hip, remembering suddenly that I had it, that I could call 911 myself instead of just hoping that silent alarm actually worked. Behind me, I heard him reaching through the hole he'd made, grunting as he tried to find the deadbolt from the inside. His arm wasn't long enough. The bolt was set too far from the door frame, and his frustrated screaming was getting louder, more unhinged. "You think you're smart," he kept shouting. "You think this is gonna stop me?" I made it to the office doorway and pulled out my phone, my fingers slipping on the screen as I tried to unlock it. Through the doorway, I could see him pulling his arm back out, and then he started shooting again. 3 more shots in rapid succession, each one punching another hole through the glass, expanding his reach. The sound of my own breathing was so loud in my ears I could barely hear the dispatcher when the call connected. 911, what's your emergency? The woman's voice was calm, professional, everything I wasn't in that moment. I tried to speak but only managed this weird croaking sound, so I swallowed hard and forced the words out. Starlight Motor Lodge, Highway 285. There's a man with a gun. He's shooting through the door trying to break in. I could hear myself talking too fast, words running together, but I couldn't slow down. "How many shots fired?" she asked, and I realized I'd lost count after 5. 5, maybe 6, I said, pressing myself against the office wall. "He's still here, still trying to get in." She told me units were already responding to the silent alarm, ETA 12 minutes, and those two numbers, 1 and 2, might as well have been infinity. Through the doorway, I could see the man had stopped shooting. He was standing perfectly still, head tilted like he was listening for something. Then he looked straight through the holes he'd made, scanning the lobby, and even though I was hidden in the office, I held my breath like he could hear me breathing from 30 feet away. What happened next still doesn't make complete sense to me. He suddenly jerked his head toward the parking lot, like someone had called his name, and took 2 quick steps backward. A pair of headlights swept across the front of the building. Someone pulling into the lot, probably a late-night trucker looking for a room. The man looked between the approaching vehicle and the destroyed door, then did something with his gun that made a clicking sound, like he was checking the chamber or maybe putting the safety back on. He turned and ran, not toward the highway like I expected, but straight into the field behind the motel, stumbling through the tall grass until the darkness swallowed him completely. The headlights belonged to a semi that parked right in front of the lobby, and this huge bearded guy climbed out, took one look at the door with its constellation of bullet holes, and immediately got back in his truck. I watched him on his phone, probably calling the cops himself while I stayed crouched in that office, unable to convince myself it was really over, that the man wasn't circling back around to try again. The police showed up in 9 minutes, not 12. 3 squad cars with lights blazing, officers spreading out across the property with flashlights and drawn weapons. One of them, a younger guy with a shaved head who introduced himself as Officer Brennan, found me still sitting on the office floor with my phone clutched in both hands. He had to tell me 3 times it was safe to come out before I actually believed him. They searched for 2 hours, brought in dogs that tracked the man's scent through the field until it disappeared at a creek about a mile away. The detective who took my statement, a woman with tired eyes who'd probably seen worse but still seemed genuinely concerned, told me the guy matched the description of someone who'd robbed 2 gas stations in the county that week. "You did everything right," she kept saying, like she knew I was replaying every second in my head, wondering what I could have done differently. They pulled security footage from our one working camera, got a partial license plate from a car that had been parked down the highway and sped off right after the shooting started. Diane showed up around 4 a.m., still in her pajamas with a coat thrown over them, and just stared at the ruined door for a full minute before asking if I was okay. I finished that shift because I didn't know what else to do, sitting in the lobby while Diane called someone to board up the door, watching the sun come up over the empty field where the man had vanished. 2 guests checked out early after seeing the bullet holes, and I couldn't blame them. I gave Diane my 2 weeks' notice that morning, and she didn't try to talk me out of it. They never caught the guy, at least not that I heard about. Sometimes I checked the news from that area, looking for stories about robberies or arrests, hoping to see a mugshot that matches the face pressed against that glass. I work IT support now, boring office job with normal hours and security guards in the building, and that's exactly how I like it. But on cold nights when I'm walking to my car after working late and the parking lot is too quiet, I still find myself checking shadows between vehicles, still remember the sound of that glass cracking, the weight of those 12 minutes when I thought they'd be my last. People ask sometimes why I'm so obsessive about locking doors, why I always sit where I can see the exits, and I just tell them I'm cautious by nature. It's easier than explaining that one November night when I learned what it feels like to be hunted, to have nothing but a piece of glass and pure luck standing between you and someone who wants to hurt you. Four of us had booked a suite at the Grandview Hotel downtown for Ashley's bachelorette weekend in early October 2022. I was the maid of honor, and honestly, I'd been planning this trip for months. Ashley and I had been best friends since college, and the other 2 girls, Megan and Jenna, were her cousins from California. The Grandview wasn't exactly 5-star luxury, but it had this trendy rooftop bar and a nice lobby area with live music on weekends. We'd gotten there Friday afternoon, dumped our bags in the room on the 8th floor, and immediately started getting ready for the night. The plan was simple: dinner at that fancy steakhouse across the street, then bar hopping until we couldn't walk straight anymore. You know how these weekends go, or at least how they're supposed to go. The lobby bar was packed when we came back around 9 that night, deciding to have a few drinks at the hotel before heading out again. There was this jazz trio playing, and the atmosphere was actually pretty great. We grabbed a table near the windows, ordered a round of cosmopolitans because Ashley insisted on being classic, and that's when we started chatting with the group at the next table. 3 guys and 2 women, all dressed like they'd come from some corporate event. They introduced themselves as consultants from Chicago, in town for a conference. The one who did most of the talking, Brandon, had this polished way about him. Expensive watch, perfect teeth, kept buying rounds for everyone. His colleague, a woman named Claire, was telling us about all the best clubs in the city, writing down addresses on cocktail napkins. They seemed normal enough, maybe a little too eager to party with us, but nothing that raised any red flags at the time. We ended up staying at that bar way longer than planned, probably until midnight or so. Ashley was having a blast, doing these ridiculous poses for photos with everyone, including Brandon's group. At some point, Megan had to run up to the room because she'd forgotten her ID, and Brandon actually offered to walk her up since he said he needed to grab something from his room too. She laughed it off, said she was fine, but he kept insisting it wasn't safe for a woman alone in the elevators that late. Eventually, one of his friends, this quiet guy named Paul, told him to knock it off, that he was being weird. We all laughed about it. Brandon apologized and blamed the whiskey, bought another round. But I remember noticing how he watched Megan walk to the elevators, how he knew exactly how long she was gone. 12 minutes, he mentioned it when she came back. Claire kept the conversation going, showing us pictures from their conference, but Brandon's eyes kept drifting to our table, specifically to our hands whenever we'd set down our room keys. Around 1 in the morning, Jenna was starting to fade. She's always been a lightweight, so we decided to call it a night. The consultants were still going strong, trying to convince us to hit this 24-hour karaoke place about 10 blocks away. Ashley actually wanted to go, but I played the responsible maid of honor card and said we had spa appointments in the morning, which was true. Brandon made this big show of being disappointed, gave Ashley this long hug goodbye that made me uncomfortable, his hand lingering on her lower back. Claire exchanged numbers with Megan, promising to text her about some sample sale happening that weekend. As we waited for the elevator, I noticed Brandon's group wasn't far behind us, but then they turned toward the lobby exit instead. Paul waved goodbye, and something about his expression seemed almost apologetic, like he was embarrassed by his colleagues. The elevator ride up was filled with Ashley gushing about how cool they were, especially Brandon, while I kept thinking about how he'd counted those 12 minutes. We got to our suite and basically passed out immediately, Ashley and I in one bed, Megan and Jenna in the other. The room was on the corner of the 8th floor, with windows facing both the main street and the side alley. I remember setting my phone to charge on the nightstand and noticing it was 1:47 a.m. before everything went dark. Then at 3:22 a.m., I know the exact time because I looked at my phone immediately. I woke up to this sound at our door. It wasn't knocking, more like a soft scratching, like someone was trying to slide something into the card reader. You know that electronic beep when a key card gets rejected? That's what actually woke me. Beep. Pause. Beep. Pause. Then I heard whispering, at least 2 voices, maybe 3, right outside our door. My whole body went rigid. I reached over and grabbed Ashley's arm, squeezing until she made this confused grunt, and I whispered that someone was trying to get in. The beeping stopped for maybe 30 seconds, and I started thinking maybe they'd given up. Maybe it was just drunk guests at the wrong room. Then we heard the handle jiggling, really aggressive this time, like someone was putting their weight against the door while turning it. Ashley shot up in bed, suddenly completely awake. Jenna stirred in the other bed and mumbled something about keeping it down. That's when we heard a man's voice, crystal clear through the door. "Ashley, come on, open up. You left your purse at the bar." But here's the thing. Ashley's purse was right there on the dresser. I could see it in the light from the street coming through the curtains. And the voice, it was trying to sound like Brandon, but it was different, forced, like someone imitating him. Ashley grabbed my hand so hard her nails dug into my palm. The handle jiggled again, harder, and then we heard a different voice, younger, nervous. "Maybe try the other one again." The other one? What other one? That's when real panic set in. I grabbed my phone and immediately called the front desk while Ashley shook Megan and Jenna awake. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. Why the hell was nobody answering at the front desk of a major hotel? Finally, on the 5th ring, a tired-sounding woman picked up. I was trying to whisper but also make sure she understood the urgency. "Someone's trying to break into room 8117. They have a key card. They keep trying it. Please send security now." She asked me to repeat the room number, and in those few seconds of me talking louder, the noises outside stopped completely. Dead silence. The woman said security would be right up, but I just knew, that whoever was outside had heard me on the phone. Megan was at the door now, looking through the peephole, and she suddenly jerked back like she'd been shocked. "There's someone standing right there," she whispered. "He's wearing something over his face like a ski mask. Jesus Christ, he's just standing there staring at the peephole." We all huddled together on the far bed, watching the door. My phone showed 3:26 a.m. The silence stretched out for what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute. Then we heard footsteps moving away, not toward the elevators but toward the stairwell at the end of the hall. The stairwell door made this distinctive metallic clang when it closed, the same door we'd used earlier when the elevator was taking too long. About 30 seconds after that, we heard running footsteps in the hallway, multiple people, and then aggressive knocking. "Hotel security, room 8117. Relief flooded through me so hard I actually felt dizzy. But when I went to look through the peephole, Megan grabbed my arm. "What if it's them?" she said. "What if they're pretending?" And honestly, after what we'd just experienced, it didn't seem impossible. I called the front desk again, the same woman answered, and I asked her to confirm she'd sent security. She said yes, 2 officers, one named James and one named Kyle. I asked what they looked like and she seemed confused, but told me James was tall and bald. Kyle was shorter with a beard. When I looked through the peephole, that's exactly who was standing there, uniformed and everything. The moment we opened the door, James asked if we were all okay while Kyle was already on his radio calling for backup and asking someone to review security footage from the past hour. They had us describe everything: the voices, the keycard attempts, the man in the mask. James pulled out his phone and showed us a screenshot from the hallway camera taken just minutes before. The image made my throat close up. 3 men in dark clothes, all wearing different face coverings. One had a ski mask like Megan described, another had what looked like a bandana, and the third had some kind of Halloween mask, maybe a zombie or something. They were clustered around our door and one was holding what James said looked like a master keycard programmer. The kind maintenance uses but smaller, definitely not something you can just buy. Kyle mentioned they'd gotten reports of similar attempts on floors 6 and 7 about 20 minutes before ours, which explained the "try the other one" comment. They weren't just randomly trying, they had a system, they had tools, and they had information about which rooms had groups of women. James asked us about the bar, if we'd talked to anyone, and my heart just sank as I described Brandon's group. I mentioned how he'd watched Megan, counted the minutes, the way he'd focused on our room keys. James and Kyle exchanged this look that told me everything. Kyle said they'd need to review lobby footage, but groups like this often worked exactly that way. The charming ones make contact, get information, maybe slip something in a drink if they get the chance, while others wait for the right moment. They'd been seeing this pattern more frequently. Organized groups targeting bachelorette parties, girls' trips, any situation where women might be drinking and vulnerable. The stolen key cards were probably lifted from housekeeping carts or cloned from legitimate cards. Brandon had probably photographed our keys when we set them on the table, sent the info to someone who could make duplicates. James said we were lucky. That calling when we did probably saved us from something much worse. The men knew security was coming and had to abandon whatever they'd planned. The police arrived about 15 minutes later, 2 detectives who specialized in what they called organized predatory crimes. They had us walk through everything again, took our phones to screenshot the numbers Claire had shared with Megan, which, surprise, were already disconnected. They found footage of Brandon's group leaving through the lobby, then 3 different men entering through a side door about an hour later. Here's what really got me. The detectives said one of them was wearing the exact same expensive watch Brandon had been wearing. They weren't even different people. It was the same group. They'd just changed clothes and put on masks. Claire was probably in on it too, keeping us distracted, gathering information about where we were from, how long we were staying, if we had boyfriends or husbands who might come looking. The detectives found their conference registration, but it was all fake. The company didn't exist. The names were aliases. The credit card used for their rooms was stolen. They'd checked out electronically at 2 a.m., probably right before attempting to get into our room. We spent the rest of the night in the hotel's security office because they needed to process our room as a crime scene, dust for prints on the door handle and card reader. Around 6 a.m., they moved us to a different room on another floor, but none of us could sleep. We just sat there in silence. Occasionally, one of us would start crying and the others would huddle around. The detective, a woman named Officer Ramirez, sat with us for a while and explained that these trafficking rings were getting smarter, more organized. They don't grab women off the street anymore. They identify targets in social settings, use technology and social engineering, work in coordinated teams. She said if that masked man had managed to drag one of us to the stairwell, there were probably others waiting in a van in that side alley our room overlooked. We would have disappeared, and the fake identities meant tracking them would have been nearly impossible. Ashley hasn't had a drink since that night. Can't even walk into a hotel bar without panicking. Megan moved back in with her parents. Jenna started carrying pepper spray and a personal alarm everywhere. And me? I can't stop thinking about how friendly they seemed, how normal the whole interaction was, how we almost went to that karaoke place with them. One different decision and this story would have had a very different ending, one I probably wouldn't be here to tell. I was 16 when my family decided to take a vacation to Florida during spring break of 2017. My dad had just gotten a promotion at his accounting firm, and he wanted to celebrate by taking us somewhere nice for once. We weren't exactly poor, but family trips usually meant camping at state parks or visiting my Aunt Deborah in Kansas. This time, he'd booked us into the Coral Bay Resort, this massive beachfront hotel in Fort Myers with 3 pools and a tiki bar that my mom couldn't stop talking about. I remember being excited about the whole thing, the 12-hour drive from Ohio, the promise of actual room service, and especially the fact that I'd have my own adjoining room connected to my parents' suite. It felt grown up, like they finally trusted me enough to give me some space. My little sister Katie would be sleeping on the pull-out couch in their room, which meant I'd have privacy to stay up late texting my girlfriend without anyone bothering me. The first 2 days were exactly what you'd expect from a Florida vacation. Too much sun, overpriced seafood, and my dad constantly reapplying sunscreen on his already lobster-red shoulders. On that 3rd night, Wednesday, we'd spent the entire day at this water park about 40 minutes from the hotel. I was exhausted in that specific way where your whole body feels heavy from chlorine and sun exposure. We got back around 9, ordered pizza to the room, and I was passed out by 10:30. My room was on the 7th floor facing the ocean, with this wide sliding glass door that led out to a narrow balcony. Before bed, I'd made sure to lock it and pull the curtains most of the way closed, leaving just a small gap because I liked seeing the moon reflect off the water. The AC was humming that steady white noise that expensive hotels have, and I remember thinking how comfortable the bed was compared to my lumpy mattress at home. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up. Not the gradual kind of waking where you drift in and out of sleep, but that sudden, jarring awareness like someone had flipped a switch in my brain. The room was mostly dark except for that thin strip of moonlight coming through the gap in the curtains. At first I figured I just needed to use the bathroom. Too much soda at dinner always did that to me. But when I tried to sit up, nothing happened. My brain was sending the signals. I could feel the intention to move, but my body stayed completely still. I'd heard about sleep paralysis before, seen videos about it online, but experiencing it was something else entirely. It felt like someone had replaced my blood with concrete. I could move my eyes, could breathe, but everything else was locked in place. The panic started creeping in, that primal feeling when your body won't obey your commands. I tried to call out, to yell for my parents in the next room, but my voice wouldn't work either. Just this weak wheeze that barely made it past my lips. That's when I noticed the balcony door. Through the gap in the curtains I could see it clearly in the moonlight, and my heart started hammering so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. The door was sliding open. Not fast, not like someone was rushing, but this deliberate, careful movement that took maybe 15 seconds from start to finish. The metal track made this soft grinding sound that seemed impossibly loud in the quiet room. I watched, completely helpless, as a figure stepped through. He was tall, maybe 6'2" or 6'3", wearing what looked like dark work clothes, the kind maintenance guys wear. But it was 3 in the morning and I just knew this wasn't hotel staff. He stood there for a moment, silhouetted against the ocean backdrop, and then he turned toward me. His face was partially hidden by a baseball cap pulled low, but I could see he had a thick beard that went down to his chest, streaked with gray. He smelled like cigarettes and something else, something chemical like paint thinner or cleaning solution. He didn't rush toward me or ransack the room looking for valuables. Instead, he walked with this unnerving calmness, each step deliberate and nearly silent on the hotel carpet. He stopped at the foot of my bed and just stood there, watching me. His breathing was heavy and ragged, like he'd been running or climbing, which made sense since we were 7 floors up and he'd somehow gotten onto our balcony. His head tilted slightly to one side, the way a dog does when it's trying to understand something. I could see his eyes now. They were this pale gray color that looked almost white in the darkness, and they never blinked. Not once in what felt like hours, but was probably only 30 seconds. He reached into his pocket, and I thought this was it. He was going to pull out a knife or gun, but instead he took out a small digital camera, the kind people used before smartphones took over. He raised it slowly, pointed it at me, and the flash went off. The sudden brightness was blinding, leaving purple spots dancing in my vision. After the photo, he moved closer, walking around to the side of the bed where I was lying. His boots left dark marks on the carpet. I could see mud caking off with each step, little clumps that would later prove I hadn't imagined this whole thing. He leaned down close enough that I could see the individual gray hairs in his beard, could smell the sourness of his breath. His lips moved like he was talking, but no sound came out, just these exaggerated mouth movements, like he was mouthing words in slow motion. His hand reached toward my face, fingers stained yellow from nicotine, nails dirty and jagged. Just as his index finger was about to touch my cheek, something inside me snapped. Whatever had been holding my body prisoner suddenly let go, and I screamed. Not a normal scream, but this raw, terrified sound that ripped out of my throat and probably woke up half the hotel floor. The man jerked back like I'd slapped him, his pale eyes going wide with what looked like genuine surprise. He stumbled backward, knocking into the dresser where I'd left my phone charging. The connecting door to my parents' room burst open, and my dad came charging in wearing nothing but his boxers, wielding the hotel room's iron like a weapon. He was shouting something, asking what was wrong, but his voice sounded muffled and distant, even though he was right there. I pointed at the man, tried to say, "There's someone here," but my dad was already scanning the room, flipping on every light switch he could find. The sudden brightness made me squint, and in that split second of adjustment, the intruder moved, not toward the door to the hallway like you'd expect, but back toward the balcony. He was fast for someone his size, practically diving through the sliding door. My dad ran after him, yanked the curtains fully open, and stepped out onto the balcony. I could hear him yelling, looking over the railing, checking both directions, but there was nothing. No rope, no ladder, no indication of how someone could have gotten up or down from a 7th-floor balcony. My mom and Katie crowded into the room, my sister crying and my mom's face pale with worry. She kept asking if I was hurt, checking my arms and face like she was looking for injuries. My dad came back inside, his expression a mix of confusion and anger. He wanted to believe me. I could see it in his eyes, but the logical part of his brain was struggling with the impossibility of it. That's when I remembered the mud. I pointed to the carpet, and we all looked down at the dark, wet footprints leading from the balcony door to my bed and back again. My dad's whole demeanor changed. He grabbed the hotel phone and called the front desk, demanding security come up immediately. Within 10 minutes, my room was full of people. 2 security guards, the night manager, and eventually 2 police officers who looked like they'd rather be anywhere else at 4 in the morning. They took photos of the footprints, dusted the balcony door for fingerprints, and asked me to describe the man at least a dozen times. The security footage revealed something that still makes my skin prickle when I think about it. The cameras in the hallway showed nobody entering or leaving our room through the main door all night. But here's where it gets worse. The hotel had been having issues with their exterior cameras for weeks, so there was no footage of the outside of the building. One of the security guards, a younger guy named Carlos, pulled my dad aside and told him something that the manager clearly didn't want us to know. 2 other guests had reported similar incidents in the past month, always on higher floors, always involving someone entering through balcony doors that should have been impossible to access. The hotel had been quietly investigating, assuming it was either an inside job or someone with climbing equipment, but they'd found nothing. No gear left behind, no suspicious employees, no explanation for how someone could scale a smooth concrete wall 7 stories up. Carlos said they'd been telling guests it was probably nightmares or sleep disturbances, but the muddy footprints in my room were the first physical evidence anyone had documented. The police had me look through what felt like hundreds of mugshots on a tablet, local criminals and registered offenders, but I didn't recognize anyone. The man's face was burned into my memory, but it wasn't in their system. They asked about the camera, if I remembered what kind it was or if the flash had any distinctive color. All I could tell them was that it was silver and small, like the old Canon power shots everyone had in the 2000s. One officer, a woman with kind eyes named Officer Gomez, sat with me while my parents dealt with the hotel management. She told me about something called sleep paralysis episodes, and how sometimes the brain can create incredibly vivid hallucinations during them. I could tell she was trying to give me an out, a way to rationalize what happened, but then she looked at those muddy footprints and shook her head. "But those are real," she said quietly, almost to herself. "Those are definitely real." She gave me her card and told me to call if I remembered anything else or if I needed to talk to someone about what happened. The hotel moved us to a different room on the 3rd floor for the rest of the night, comped our entire stay, and offered us free vacation packages that my dad refused to even look at. We packed up and left that morning, cutting our vacation short by 3 days. During the drive home, nobody really talked about it. Katie slept most of the way, and my parents kept exchanging these worried glances in the rearview mirror. I spent the entire 12 hours searching online for anything about the Coral Bay Resort, finding scattered posts on travel forums about strange experiences and unexplained visitors that the hotel had apparently been pretty good at keeping quiet. One post from 2016 described almost exactly what happened to me: the sleep paralysis, the balcony entrance, even the old digital camera. The person said they'd hired a private investigator afterward, who discovered that a maintenance worker had been fired from the hotel in 2015 for inappropriate behavior, but still had copies of master key cards and potentially building blueprints. But there was no arrest record, no resolution, just theories and fear. 6 months later, I got a call from Officer Gomez. They'd arrested someone, a former hotel employee named Eugene Watts, who'd been living in a van in the hotel's overflow parking lot, the one they used for staff vehicles behind the main building. He had climbing gear, multiple cameras with hundreds of photos of sleeping guests, and a notebook with room numbers and dates. He'd been a maintenance supervisor for 8 years before being fired for entering guest rooms without authorization. He knew every blind spot, every camera angle, and had kept his keycard programmer when they'd let him go. The climbing equipment explained the balcony entrances. He'd been rappelling down from the roof, entering through balconies, taking photos, and then climbing back up. He'd been doing it for over 2 years. They found pictures of me on one of his cameras, that bright flash photo of me paralyzed in bed. Officer Gomez said he'd confessed to everything, claimed he just liked watching people sleep, liked the feeling of being invisible in their most vulnerable moments. He got 15 years. I still can't sleep in hotels without checking the balcony door 3 times and pushing a chair against it. And sometimes I wake up at 3 in the morning, my body tense, waiting for the sound of sliding glass. February of '94 was colder than usual in southern Illinois. The kind of cold that seeps through your jacket no matter how many layers you wear. I was 43 then, working homicide for a small department, right where Interstate 64 cuts through miles of nothing but truck stops and budget motels. That Tuesday morning started with black coffee and a stack of paperwork until the phone rang around 12:30. Dead woman at the Blue Moon Inn, one of those places where you pay cash and the clerk barely looks up from his newspaper. The maid who found her, Gloria, was sitting in the lobby when I arrived, her hands wrapped around a cup of tea she wasn't drinking. She had chipped purple nail polish and kept staring at the floor while she told me how the guest hadn't answered for checkout, how she'd used her master key, how she'd screamed so loud the maintenance guy came running from 3 buildings over. Gloria said she'd never seen anything like it, the way the woman looked so peaceful, like a photograph. The victim was arranged on the bed with a precision that made my chest tighten. Hands folded across her stomach, hair fanned out on the pillow in perfect symmetry. Even her shoes placed neatly by the nightstand. The whole room reeked of industrial strength cleaner, that sharp ammonia smell that makes your eyes water. Dr. Hutchinson, our medical examiner who always kept peppermint gum in his coat pocket, spent 3 hours going over the scene. No fingerprints except the victim's, no DNA evidence, no signs of struggle. The killer had wiped down every surface, doorknobs, light switches, faucets, even the TV remote. Hutchinson found faint ligature marks on her neck, so subtle they were almost invisible. Something soft had been used, maybe a silk scarf or fabric belt, and whoever did it had taken it with them. Based on liver temperature and rigor, she'd been dead since Sunday night. But the Do Not Disturb sign had bought the killer almost 40 hours before discovery. Her name was Lisa Thornton, 34, traveling alone from Michigan to visit her sister in Texas. She checked in Saturday afternoon, paid for 2 nights in cash, and the clerk, an older guy named Frank who chewed tobacco and watched game shows all day, said she'd seemed normal, maybe a little tired from driving. Her car, a blue sedan with Michigan plates, was still in the parking lot with her suitcase in the trunk, untouched. Nothing valuable was missing from the room. Her purse still had $80 and credit cards inside. We interviewed every guest who'd been at the motel that weekend, but it was the kind of place where people minded their own business and kept their doors locked. Nobody heard anything unusual Sunday night. The couple in the room next door had been arguing about money, loud enough that 2 other guests complained, but they swore they never heard anything from Lisa's room. The killer had been quiet, controlled, invisible. 6 weeks later, I got a call from a detective in Kentucky, right across the river. They'd found a woman at the Sunset Lodge just off I-64, about 90 miles east of our crime scene. Same setup, body arranged perfectly on the bed, room wiped clean, soft strangulation marks that you'd miss if you weren't looking for them. The victim was Nancy Caldwell, 29, a pharmaceutical sales rep from Memphis who'd been making her rounds through small-town medical offices. She'd been dead 2 days when housekeeping found her, that familiar "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging on the door handle. The detective, a guy named Garrett with a thick accent and a habit of clicking his pen while he talked, said their forensics team couldn't find anything useful. The killer had even wiped down the toilet handle and the inside doorknob, places most people wouldn't think about. We started comparing notes, and the similarities made my skin prickle. Both women traveling alone, both staying at cheap motels right off the interstate, both killed on Sunday nights. The third body turned up in early May, this time in Missouri. The Gateway Rest Stop, another budget motel that had seen better days, with peeling paint and a flickering neon sign missing half its letters. Rebecca Dalton, 41, a divorced real estate agent heading to a conference in St. Louis. Same Sunday night death, same meticulous crime scene, same invisible killer. By then, Garrett and I had brought in the FBI, and they sent 2 agents who looked like they'd stepped out of a recruiting poster. Clean-cut, serious, carrying leather briefcases that probably cost more than my monthly car payment. They set up a task force, created a geographic profile, analyzed traffic patterns along I-64. The corridor was perfect for someone who didn't want to be remembered. Hundreds of miles of identical motels, exhausted travelers who just wanted a bed for the night, desk clerks who'd seen too much to care about another face passing through. We pulled registration records from dozens of motels, looking for someone who'd been at all 3 locations around the time of the murders. The pattern held through summer and into fall. Julie Hoffman in Indiana, strangled on a Sunday night at the Traveler's Rest. Carolyn Pierce at the Highway Haven near Evansville. Each time, the killer got better at being invisible. They started varying the days between discovery, sometimes leaving the sign up for 3 days, sometimes just 1. But always that same careful positioning of the body, always that obsessive cleaning of the scene. I'd lie awake thinking about him, and I was sure it was a him. Something about the strength needed for the strangulation, the height required to position the bodies just so. He had to be someone who looked completely ordinary, someone who could walk through a motel lobby without anyone giving him a second glance. Maybe a salesman with a regular route, maybe a trucker, maybe just someone who liked driving that stretch of highway, hunting. We interviewed hundreds of people that year. Motel employees, regular guests, truckers who ran that route weekly, sales reps who covered the territory. I remember this one guy, Walter Briggs, who sold medical supplies and had been within 50 miles of 3 of the murders. He was nervous during questioning, sweating through his white shirt, hands trembling as he showed us his receipts. Turned out he was having an affair and thought his wife had hired us. Another suspect was a night shift worker named Howard, who delivered newspapers to several of the motels. He had these pale gray eyes that never seemed to blink, and he knew every back road and shortcut along the interstate. We watched him for 2 months, but his alibi for the Kentucky murder was solid. He'd been in the hospital getting his appendix removed. The FBI profiler, a woman named Agent Morse who wore her hair in a tight bun and took notes in shorthand, said we were looking for someone with above-average intelligence, possibly military or law enforcement background, someone who understood evidence and crime scenes. The worst part was talking to the families. Lisa Thornton's sister drove up from Texas, a small woman with the same red hair, who kept asking if Lisa had suffered. I told her it had been quick, which was probably true, but I couldn't tell her that her sister had been positioned like a doll, that someone had taken their time arranging her body after she was gone. Rebecca Dalton's teenage son, tall and awkward with braces, stood in my office without saying a word, while his grandmother explained they just wanted to know why. Julie Hoffman's husband broke down completely, said they'd been trying to have kids, that she'd been driving to see a fertility specialist. These weren't random victims to their families. They were real people with plans and hopes and favorite songs on the radio. But to the killer, they were just opportunities, women alone in the wrong place at the wrong time, perfect for whatever sick ritual he was performing. By December of '94, we had 6 bodies and no solid leads. The task force was meeting every week in a conference room that smelled like burnt coffee and frustration. We had a map on the wall with red pins for each murder, trying to find a pattern beyond the obvious. The murders were spaced out geographically, but all within a 300-mile stretch of I-64. The FBI brought in a computer expert who ran algorithms trying to predict the next location. but the killer wasn't following any mathematical logic we could find. Then we caught what we thought was a break. A desk clerk at a motel in Effingham, a young kid named Justin who was working nights to pay for college, called in about a guest who'd made him uncomfortable. The man had requested a room at the far end of the building, paid cash, and had been very particular about not wanting housekeeping. He'd been carrying a small black duffel bag and wearing maintenance-type clothes, the kind of generic blue work shirt that wouldn't stand out anywhere. Justin had noticed him because the guy had come back to the desk around midnight to buy a vending machine snack, and his hands had been red and raw, like he'd been scrubbing them repeatedly. The man had paid for the chips with exact change, counting out the coins carefully, and Justin said there was something mechanical about his movements, like he was concentrating on appearing normal. We rushed to the motel, but the guest had already checked out early that morning, leaving the room spotless. And I mean spotless. The cleaning staff said it looked like no one had even stayed there. The bed was made with military precision, the bathroom smelled of bleach, even the carpet had been vacuumed in perfect lines. We dusted for prints but found nothing. The registration card had a fake name and address, and the license plate Justin had written down belonged to a car that had been junked 2 years earlier. We staked out the motel for the next 3 Sundays, but he never came back. The 7th victim was discovered in January '95, but something was different this time. Angela Foster, 37, was found at the Riverside Inn near Vincennes, but she'd fought back. There were defensive wounds on her hands, skin under her fingernails, and the room showed signs of a struggle. A lamp knocked over, the curtains torn partially off the rod. The killer had still managed to clean most of the scene, but in his hurry, he'd left something behind. A partial footprint in blood near the bathroom door, size 10 work boot, common brand sold everywhere. More importantly, Angela had managed to scratch him deep enough to draw blood. We got DNA from under her nails, ran it through every database we had access to, but no matches. He wasn't in the system. The medical examiner said Angela had almost gotten away. There were bruises indicating she'd made it to the door before he caught her. She'd been a fighter, a personal trainer from Louisville who probably had more strength than he'd expected. After Angela, the murders stopped. Just stopped. We waited, watched, kept the task force running for another year. But nothing. We never caught him. That's the part that eats at me, even now, almost 30 years later. 7 women dead, and he just vanished. The FBI profiler thought Angela Foster had scared him, made him realize he was getting sloppy, taking too many risks. Maybe he moved his hunting ground somewhere else. Maybe he died. Maybe he just decided 7 was enough. I retired in 2001, but I kept copies of all the files, and every few years I go through them again, looking for something we missed. I think about him sometimes when I'm driving and pass one of those old motels. Most of them closed now or converted into something else. I wonder if he's out there, some regular-looking guy in his 60s or 70s now, living a normal life, keeping his secret. The DNA sample is still in evidence, waiting. Technology gets better every year, and maybe someday we'll get a match. Until then, I keep the victims' photos in my desk drawer. Lisa, Nancy, Rebecca, Julie, Carolyn, Angela. 7 women who deserved better than becoming just another cold case, another pattern in a map of red pins that never led anywhere. The GPS kept recalculating as I searched for the Crossroads Inn somewhere outside Columbus, my eyes barely staying open after 12 hours behind the wheel. I'd left Philadelphia around noon after a client meeting that ran way too long, and now at nearly midnight, every mile felt like torture. I'm a regional sales manager for a medical equipment company, basically means I live in hotels and conference rooms, shaking hands and explaining why our MRI machines are worth the investment. At 34, I'd gotten pretty good at the nomad lifestyle. Knew which rest stops had decent coffee, which hotel chains had the firmest mattresses. But that particular Wednesday in late September was testing every ounce of patience I had left. My phone showed 11:47 p.m. when I finally spotted the faded sign through the drizzle that had started somewhere around Wheeling. Just needed a bed, a shower, maybe some vending machine dinner if I could stay awake long enough to eat it. The kid at the front desk looked half asleep himself, couldn't have been more than 20, wearing a polyester vest that was 2 sizes too big. He kept yawning while pecking at the keyboard with 2 fingers, squinting at the monitor like the text was written in hieroglyphics. The lobby had that familiar smell, part bleach, part mildew, part something indefinable that every budget hotel seems to cultivate. After what felt like an eternity of watching him hunt and peck, he finally slid a key card across the counter without even looking up. Room 237, 2nd floor, down the hall to the right. I grabbed my overnight bag, the one with the broken zipper I kept meaning to replace, and headed for the elevator. The hallways were completely silent except for the hum of ice machines and the distant sound of a TV bleeding through someone's door. When I got to 237, there was already a Do Not Disturb sign hanging from the handle, which struck me as weird, but I figured housekeeping just forgot to take it down. I swiped the card and heard that familiar electronic beep, the little light flashing green. The door clicked open and I pushed inside, fumbling for the light switch along the wall. The room was pitch black, but right away something felt wrong. The air was too warm, too lived in, like someone had been there for days. My fingers found the switch, and when the lights came on, my brain took a second to process what I was seeing. The bed was a complete mess, sheets twisted and thrown back, pillows scattered. There were clothes draped over the chair by the window, jeans, a leather jacket, work boots on the floor. A half-eaten pizza sat in an open box on the desk, and the TV was paused on some action movie I didn't recognize. Empty beer bottles lined the nightstand, and there was an open suitcase on the luggage rack with clothes spilling out of it. This wasn't a room waiting for me. Someone was already here. Had been here for a while by the looks of it. Before I could even think about backing out, I heard the bathroom door creak. The sound made every muscle in my body tense up, that primitive part of your brain screaming that you're somewhere you shouldn't be. A man stepped out, massive guy, probably 6'4", wearing nothing but boxers and a white undershirt that barely contained his barrel chest. His face was already red, veins standing out on his neck, eyes narrowed to slits. He had that look of someone who'd been drinking but wasn't quite drunk, that dangerous middle ground where anger comes easy. "What the hell are you doing in my room?" His voice was low, gravelly, the kind that probably sounded threatening even when he was ordering coffee. He took a step forward and I instinctively stepped back, my bag hitting the door frame behind me. The key card was still in my hand, and I held it up like some kind of pathetic shield, trying to explain about the front desk, the mix-up, how I was just given this room number. "Get out. Get out right now, or I'm calling the cops." He reached for something on the dresser, his phone, and I saw his hands were covered in old tattoos, the kind that blur at the edges, probably done decades ago. But then he stopped, stared at me harder, and his expression changed from angry to something else, something worse. "Wait a minute. You're not just lost, are you? You've been watching me. I've seen you before, downstairs in the parking lot." I had no idea what he was talking about, tried to tell him I'd just arrived. Just checked in 5 minutes ago, but he wasn't listening anymore. He moved closer, close enough that I could smell the beer on his breath mixed with something sharp, like menthol cigarettes. "You think I'm stupid? Think I don't notice when someone's casing my room?" His hand went to the dresser again, but this time he grabbed something else, a folding knife that he flipped open with practiced ease. The hallway behind me suddenly felt like the safest place in the world, and I stumbled backward through the doorway, my bag catching on the frame and spilling open. My laptop, folders, phone charger, everything scattered across the worn carpet. "I'm calling the front desk right now," I managed to say, my voice coming out higher than normal, already pulling out my phone. But he followed me into the hallway, still in his underwear, not caring who might see. "Yeah, you do that. Tell them how you broke into my room. Tell them how you've been following me." Other doors started opening. An elderly woman in curlers peeked out from 235. A younger couple emerged from 239, all of them staring at this scene unfolding. The man was getting louder, angrier, waving the knife as he talked. accusing me of things that made no sense. Said I'd been in the hotel bar earlier, that I'd asked the bartender about him, that I'd followed him from some casino downtown. None of it was true, but he believed every word he was saying, completely convinced I was there to rob him, or worse. I kept backing down the hallway, trying to dial the front desk while keeping an eye on him. My fingers were trembling so bad I could barely hit the right numbers. The elderly woman had already slammed her door shut, but the couple was frozen, the guy recording everything on his phone while his girlfriend tugged at his arm. The big man kept advancing, ranting about how he had cash in his room, how he knew people like me, how he wasn't going to be a victim. "Sir, please, just call the front desk yourself," I pleaded. But it was like talking to a wall. He suddenly lunged forward, not quite attacking, but close enough that I dropped my phone. It clattered on the floor and slid under a housekeeping cart someone had left in the hallway. When I bent down to grab it, he must have thought I was reaching for something else because he started yelling, "He's got a weapon! This guy's got a weapon!" Even though my hands were completely empty, even though anyone could see I was just trying to get my phone back. The couple finally ran back to their room, and I heard the deadbolt slide into place. Now it was just me and him in that narrow hallway with its ugly geometric carpet and fluorescent lights that made everything look sickly green. He had me backed up against the ice machine alcove, the knife still in his hand, his face getting redder by the second. That's when I heard the elevator ding at the end of the hall. The kid from the front desk stepped out, took one look at the scene. A half-naked giant with a knife, me pressed against the wall, belongings scattered everywhere, and immediately went pale. "Mr. Fitzgerald?" he called out to the big man. "Is everything okay?" And that's when I realized the horrible truth. The kid knew this guest, knew his name, which meant Fitzgerald had probably been staying here for several days. I was the stranger, the intruder, the one who didn't belong. "This man broke into my room," Fitzgerald shouted, pointing the knife at me. The desk clerk looked at me, confused, and I saw him pull out his phone, probably to call either security or the police, and I knew how this was going to look. "Wait, wait!" I practically shouted at the kid. "You gave me the key card. Room 237, check your computer, check your system." The kid hesitated, looking between me and Fitzgerald, clearly not sure what to do. Fitzgerald took this moment to grab my scattered papers from the floor, holding them up like evidence. "Look at this, he's got all kinds of documents, probably fake IDs, credit cards. Check his bag." The way he was spinning the story, even I was starting to feel guilty, like maybe I had done something wrong. The kid was backing toward the elevator, keeping his distance from both of us. "Sir, I need you both to calm down. I'm calling my manager." But Fitzgerald wasn't having it. He threw my papers in the air, letting them flutter down like confetti, then kicked my laptop bag down the hall. "This piece of trash has been stalking me for 2 days. I want him arrested." 2 days. I'd been in Philadelphia 2 days ago, had the receipts to prove it. But who was going to listen to me now? That's when everything shifted into pure chaos. Fitzgerald suddenly rushed at me, maybe thinking I was going to run, maybe just fed up with waiting. The knife was still in his right hand, but he reached for me with his left, grabbing a handful of my shirt. I could smell his sweat, see every broken blood vessel in his eyes, feel his breath hot on my face. Pure instinct kicked in, and I shoved him as hard as I could. He stumbled backward, his bare feet slipping on the smooth carpet, and crashed into a room service tray someone had left outside their door. Plates and glasses shattered, food went everywhere, and Fitzgerald went down hard, the knife skittering away under a door. The sound was tremendous in that enclosed space, like someone had dropped a whole kitchen's worth of dishes. More doors opened, more faces appeared, and someone started screaming. Fitzgerald was trying to get up, slipping on mashed potatoes or whatever it was, cursing and threatening to kill me. The desk clerk was frantically talking on his phone now, and I heard him say police and assault and give the hotel address. I did the only thing that made sense in that moment. I ran. Not toward the elevator where the clerk was standing, but to the stairwell at the opposite end of the hall. Behind me, I could hear Fitzgerald roaring, hear the desk clerk yelling for me to stop, hear doors slamming as guests locked themselves in. I took the stairs 3 at a time, my dress shoes sliding on the metal edges, one hand on the railing to keep from falling. My car keys were still in my pocket, thank God, but everything else, my laptop, my work files, my phone, was scattered all over that second-floor hallway. I burst through the exit door into the parking lot, the cool September air hitting my face like a slap. My rental car, a silver Nissan Altima, was parked near the back, and I sprinted for it, fumbling with the key fob. The locks clicked open just as I heard the stairwell door bang open behind me. Fitzgerald had followed, still in his underwear, barefoot on the asphalt, screaming threats and obscenities that echoed across the parking lot. I gunned the engine and peeled out of there, watching in the rearview mirror as Fitzgerald stood in the middle of the lot, illuminated by the harsh security lights, looking like some deranged character from a nightmare. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might break through my ribs. I drove for maybe 20 minutes before pulling into a well-lit gas station, sitting there with the engine running, trying to figure out what to do. No phone, no laptop, no way to call anyone, or even check into another hotel. I ended up driving straight through to Cincinnati, found an all-night diner, and used their phone to call my credit card company to report my cards potentially compromised. The next morning, I called my boss from a payphone. They still had one at a truck stop, and tried to explain why I'd missed my morning meeting. 2 weeks later, a detective from Columbus called my office. They'd found my things and wanted to return them, but also wanted my side of the story. Turns out Fitzgerald had a history of paranoid episodes, had been off his medication, and had been asked to leave 2 other hotels that month. The Crossroads Inn had meant to move him to a different room that night, but never updated their system. Room 237 was supposed to be empty, ready for me, but their mistake nearly got me arrested or worse. I got my stuff back eventually, but I never stayed at that chain again, and now I always double-check at the front desk if they're absolutely sure the room is empty. I had been on a short trip for work and decided to save money by staying at a mid-range hotel just off the highway. Nothing remarkable about the place, just a 4-story building with that faint smell of chlorine from the pool clinging to the lobby. I checked in late sometime after dinner and was honestly relieved to have a quiet night ahead of me. My routine back then was pretty simple. Finish my notes for the day, order something small from the vending machine, and collapse in front of the TV until I fell asleep. That night, though, I ended up outside a little longer than usual because I needed to grab a few things from my car in the back lot. Walking across the lot, I noticed a man in a dark jacket moving a few rows over. At first, I thought nothing of it. It wasn't unusual for guests to come and go. But as I unlocked my car, I realized he wasn't heading toward a vehicle. He was pacing slowly, almost in sync with me, and each time I glanced his way, he angled his face down, like he didn't want me to catch a clear look at him. My gut told me to hurry. I pulled the small bag I needed from the passenger seat, locked up, and made for the side entrance that required a keycard. The second I pushed into the hallway, I heard the heavy metal door creak again behind me. Someone else had slipped in, closing the distance faster than I expected. My room was on the 3rd floor, but I didn't want to lead a stranger straight to where I'd be sleeping. Instead, I cut toward the stairwell at the end of the hall, telling myself it was just paranoia, that maybe he really was a guest. But when I hit the door and shoved it open, the stairwell felt colder, emptier, like a place you weren't supposed to linger. I hurried down toward the fire exit on the ground level, thinking I could step out, loop around the building, and come back through the front desk where staff were still awake. That plan collapsed when I hit the final landing. The red metal bar on the door should have pushed open easily, but a heavy chain wrapped around the handles outside rattled against the frame. Someone had secured it tight, as if they didn't want anyone escaping that way. The sound of footsteps above grew sharper, echoing down the stairwell, each step deliberate, closing in. I remember gripping the railing, my heart pounding louder than the thud of those approaching steps. For a split second I considered shouting, hoping someone in a nearby room might hear, but my voice caught in my throat. The air smelled faintly of dust and old paint, like no one had been down there in ages. I pressed against the chain door again, rattling it harder this time, but the links clinked like mocking laughter. Whoever chained it shut had made sure it wasn't budging. Retreating upward felt like walking into a trap, but it was the only option I had. I started back up, my shoes squeaking slightly on the concrete stairs. The footsteps above slowed, like the person had realized I had nowhere else to go. Every turn of the stairwell gave me just enough time to imagine what kind of face I'd see if I pushed through the next door. Was it a hotel employee? Another guest messing with me? Or someone who had been waiting for me since I first stepped out of my car? By the time I reached the second floor, I pushed into the hallway, trying to act like I belonged there, like I hadn't just panicked in the stairwell. The corridor stretched out with patterned carpet that muffled my steps, and the hum of vending machines somewhere down the hall gave the illusion of normalcy. I glanced back, expecting to see the stairwell door open, but it stayed shut. Still, I couldn't shake the rhythm of those shoes following mine. It was burned into my ears, even if the sound had stopped. I moved quickly toward an intersecting hallway, hoping I could loop around and circle back to the lobby. Every door I passed looked the same, but my eyes kept catching on details I hadn't noticed before. A handle with deep scratches near the lock, a "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging upside down, one room with the faint sound of a television but no light seeping from the crack under the door. It was like the building itself was watching, each small imperfection standing out as I tried to convince myself I wasn't being hunted. Halfway down that hallway, I finally caught the faint reflection of movement in the glass frame of a picture on the wall. Someone was stepping out of the stairwell, careful and slow. The reflection only showed a sliver, a dark sleeve, a hand adjusting something at their side. I didn't wait to see more. I turned the corner and forced myself not to run, but my legs were shaking so badly it barely made a difference. My keycard felt slick in my pocket as I slid my fingers over it again and again, trying to keep calm until I reached the lobby. When I rounded into the main hallway, the change in lighting nearly blinded me. The lobby's glow was sharp compared to the dim corridors, and for the first time since leaving my car, I saw another person, the night clerk sitting behind the counter. I walked straight up, leaned in, and whispered that someone had followed me inside and the fire exit downstairs was chained shut. His expression shifted from confusion to alarm as he stood and grabbed the phone to call the manager. I turned to glance behind me, but the hallway I had just come from was empty. Security footage was pulled a little later. The clerk showed me the screen, grainy but clear enough. A man trailing several steps behind me in the parking lot, then slipping in through the side door. The last frame caught him pausing at the stairwell door, hand pressed against it, before the feed cut out as he moved inside. No one ever saw him leave. They checked the halls, the lot, even the service areas, but he had vanished. The chain on the fire exit was still there when the manager went down to check, but no staff admitted to putting it on. I barely slept that night. By morning, I checked out early, the chain still rattling in my memory. I've stayed in plenty of hotels since, but I always test the stairwell doors now. Always check who's behind me when I cross a parking lot. To this day, I don't know if the man was a guest, an employee, or someone with a much worse reason for being there. All I know is that if the chain hadn't been on that door, I might have had a way out. Instead, I walked back into the unknown, and I've never felt safe in a hotel hallway again. There's a night from a trip a few years back that still creeps into my thoughts when I stay in hotels. At the time, I was in my mid-20s, traveling with 3 close friends for a weekend getaway. We'd booked a modest downtown hotel, nothing luxurious, just a place with clean rooms and a decent lobby bar. That night we'd gone out, had a few drinks, and were heading back around midnight, still laughing about random things that had happened earlier in the evening. We piled into the elevator, the 4 of us half tired but still buzzing with that lighthearted mood. Just as the doors were about to close, a man slipped in. He was wearing a dark hoodie pulled low over his head. The strings tightened in a way that made his face hard to see. What struck me first was how he didn't say a word, not even a nod of acknowledgement, just pressed his thumb firmly on the close button like he wanted to make absolutely sure no one else got in. The ride up felt heavier than it should have. None of us spoke after he entered. I couldn't even hear him breathing, just the hum of the elevator cables and the faint rattle of the machinery. The floor numbers lit up one by one, agonizingly slow. When we reached our floor, the doors opened, and instead of letting us go first, he stepped aside slightly, as if to usher us out. It was polite in theory, but the way he watched us leave made my stomach knot. Then, without hesitation, he walked out right behind us. The hallway was long and quiet, carpet muffling our steps, but his sneakers echoed faintly behind us. We weren't exactly subtle about where we were headed, since we went straight down the hall and stopped at our door. My friend Marcus swiped the key card, whispering under his breath about how weird that guy was, while I kept glancing back. The man didn't say anything, didn't even slow down. He just trailed us until we disappeared into the room and locked the door. At first we laughed it off, calling it creepy but harmless. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd just shown a stranger exactly where we were staying. We tried to distract ourselves by flipping on the TV, ordering some late-night snacks from the vending machine down the hall, and joking about who was going to pass out first. Still, every so often I caught myself replaying the image of that hooded guy standing just a step behind us. The hotel corridors weren't busy, so if he had been on our floor for any legitimate reason, we should have at least heard another door open or close. But the hallway stayed silent after we went in, which only added to the unease. Around 2 in the morning, long after the laughter had died down and the room was quiet, a sharp electronic beep cut through the silence. It was the sound of a keycard being swiped against our door. At first, I thought maybe someone had gotten lost, but then it happened again. And again, a deliberate, repeated swipe, each one followed by the soft thud of a handle being tested. My friend sat up instantly, and Marcus whispered, "That's him. It has to be." None of us moved closer to the door, but we were all wide awake, listening. The swiping went on for maybe half a minute, longer than anyone accidentally trying the wrong room. Whoever was out there wasn't drunk or confused. They were focused. The red light of a failed attempt probably kept flashing over and over, but we didn't dare peek through the peephole. We just stayed frozen in our beds, waiting for it to stop. I remember the tension in the room was so thick that even breathing felt like it could give us away. Eventually, the noise stopped, but not because hotel staff intervened or another guest came by. It ended in an abrupt silence, like whoever was outside realized it wasn't going to work and backed away. We didn't hear footsteps though. No retreating down the hall, no elevator chime. Just that stillness pressing in from the other side of the door. I laid there with my eyes locked on the shadows stretching across the ceiling, convinced that if we made the slightest sound, the handle would start jiggling again. When daylight finally crept through the thin curtains, we realized none of us had slept more than a few scattered minutes. The fear of opening that door lingered, but eventually Marcus insisted we needed to check the hallway. He swung the door open quickly, like ripping off a bandage while the rest of us stayed back. Nothing. The hallway looked exactly the same as the night before. Silent, empty, undisturbed. The only thing that hinted at what had happened were faint smudges around the card reader on our door, like someone had been pressing against it with more force than necessary. We went down to the front desk to ask if security had noticed anything, or if there had been reports of someone wandering the floors. The woman at the desk scrolled through her screen, frowning, and said no incidents were logged. She even suggested maybe another guest had simply confused their room. But when Marcus asked if our door had been accessed by a staff card during the night, her face tightened. She admitted the system showed no entries, not even attempts. According to their records, nobody had swiped a card on our door at all. That detail rattled me the most. We'd all heard it loud and clear over and over again in the dark. The electronic beep, the metallic click of the handle trying to turn. It wasn't something we imagined, and there were 4 of us who could vouch for it. Yet the hotel's system insisted nothing had ever happened. The front desk clerk offered to move us to a different floor, but by then we were too uneasy to spend another night there. We packed our bags and left before checkout, grabbing coffee from a drive-thru just to get out of that place faster. Even now, I still think about that hooded man in the elevator and the sound of the card reader on our door. Maybe he found a way to mask his attempts, or maybe there's something about that hotel I'll never understand. What I do know is that we gave away our exact room to a stranger, and hours later someone tried to get in. It's been years, but anytime I hear the beep of a hotel keycard, I'm instantly taken back to that long night where silence on the other side of the door felt more threatening than any noise.